Yay Kobo good girl stream.
Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Oop, wait. Hi, Nexus. Draken. Hi, Bretok Draken. Hi, Narix Draken. Mini Draken. Oh my god. And hi, Evie. And welcome, welcome. I don't know why, but I'm listening to my EP playlist. I feel like listening to like this for some reason, even though later what I'm gonna do is probably not gonna be as chill. You know, it's vampire crawlers. It's anything but chill, I'm pretty sure. And spend the night programming. Ooh, is it the dragon game they mentioned before? Heck yeah. Enjoy Sally emotes. And Sally emotes is really heckin' amazing. Especially that pet emote. It's chill to watch. Ooh, maybe. Oh yeah. Also, hey. Later tonight, so it will be about let's see，现在12点12、13、12、1、2、3、4、5、6、7。In about six and a half hours from now, I'll be going for a pickleball game again. My friend has been bringing me out to play pickleball and or badminton lately, and I think I'm kind of glad they did. Doing that honestly makes my brain feel a lot better, you know, especially when I was dealing with stuff like that for the past week, right? I know I said about that a lot already, so I'm not gonna dwell on that too much anymore. So yeah. Tonight more ball. I get to play ball. I get to hit some ball. Very nice. It's more of a co-op game, but yes. Oh heck yeah, co-op game. I'm Kobo'S. Oh my god. I like Kobo'S. I like Kobo'S game. I love Kobo'S game. I want Kobo'S game. So I think next week, I'm already thinking about like next week, even though it's already Monday. It is technically already next week, but my next week of streams, right, is I probably want to focus a little bit on like the games I want to finish. So there would be Project Silverfish, and also Project Silverfish, Halo, right? I haven't forgotten about Halo yet, right? And I know this is very weird to say, but I mean, I already postponed Resident Evil 8 by a long time, right? I only played one session, that's pretty much it. And then I want to continue. I still want to continue playing Resident Evil 8. But I'll probably leave it until Halloween, which is like a very long time from now, I understand, right? Uh, but I still want to, right? I want to experience Resident Evil 8. I think it's a very interesting game. The bullet mechanic, the shooting, like everything is in first person. It's very interesting, right? Because for the past for the past few Resident Evils that I played, Resident Evil 2 Remake, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Resident Evil 6, right? Those are all like in third person. It's more actionier. Dragon.
Tile rack babbies, tile rack wag wag, tile rack love.
Love. Thank you, Breto. Come on, thank you. Thank you. Oh my god, Wait. Thank you, Dragon. So yeah, it's a little bit weird. It's a little bit of a weird decision, but I'm most likely going to continue playing Resident Evil 8 on Halloween. If not on Halloween, maybe a little bit earlier than that. I'm not too sure about that. But for now, I think next set of stream or next weeks of streams, I want to finish up Halo. I want to finish out Project Silverfish. Well, finish with biggest quotation mark. I want to, yeah, just those two games. I'm pretty sure Project Silverfish, I still have a few things that I need to do. Finishing up is like impossible, but I kind of want to like at least explore every place possible. I stopped at Stone Maze. There's still the wall. There's still like more above, right? And also the South Bend, I have not really experienced the entirety of it, and I haven't found anything endgame yet, I'm pretty sure. I mean, the Crafter is also endgame, but I want some really strong armor. I don't know if it exists. I don't know if it exists. Maybe I can get like what 60% kinetic resistance, or maybe even like 50% armor piercing resistance or something like that. I don't know if anything like that exists. Right, I'm not too sure. I was playing extremely cheaty on my off-stream games, but I never really check on like what sort of armor they have, right? So I'm not too sure if they have that, but we'll see, right? We'll see. There's probably a lot of dungeons that I can go through in Project Silverfish as well, so we're gonna explore that together next set of streams. I'll probably leave Vampire Crawlers off-stream now. After this one anyway, right? So yeah, something like that. Or maybe I'll come back to Vampire Crawlers sometimes when I want to like feel comforting or something like that. I don't know, right? With my streams has always been like very impulse. Can I say that? Impulse? No, it's like I don't have a specific schedule for my streams. I usually just be like, I sit down and then I look at my games list and then be like, how do I feel today? and then be like, oh, I could do this today. Right? That's usually how I decide what to stream. Yeah. It may not be the best, right? I also really want to continue streaming on Wednesday night. My time anyway, GMT +8. Wednesday night, not sure when though. It's probably around 8, 9, 10 p.m. So I can't say for sure because schedule stuff, right? It's kind of hard. I want to do art more on nighttime, and I feel like doing art on nighttime feels really amazing. Not gonna lie, it really does, and it's more chill. It's more quiet. Albeit, yeah, there's sometimes some stupid people that revs their engine during nighttime, during sleepy time in the residential area. People like that exist, but I cannot stop them. They do what they do, but it's more quiet in general, and I think the vibe is right. Right, I think the vibe is right. So, yeah. That's why I'm gonna. At least that's kind of a plan. I don't know why I'm suddenly talking about all of these, but it's just kind of what I've been thinking lately with how my brain fog sort of lifted. Right, I feel much better. I feel like I don't feel like I don't feel like breathing takes energy now, you know what I mean? Yeah, it was an interesting feeling for the past week. It's almost like doing anything mundane takes a shit ton of my mental and energy. So yeah, it was kind of weird. Me. It was actually very weird, but it's fine. I'm feeling so much better now. So I have energy to sort of like plan some little things, I guess, at least. Yeah, that's kind of a little bit of update, I would say. A bit of update. For now, though, let us play some vampire crawlers together. Well, together. I'm gonna be here and just like be broken. Broken in game. Sorry, that came out wrong. Broken in game. I'm not gonna get broken. Alright, let me close this thing. Let me close this thing. Let me go here. Vampire crawlers. I might even play Tekken 8 a little bit more lately. I feel like yesterday's Tekken 8 session was super duper fun. Not gonna lie. Hi, Uncle. Oh my god. Oh, look at that bird. Look at that bird. Oh my god, bird. No sound. Hope Uncle is doing good. Numbers? Oh my god. I turned off the music because I was playing off stream, and then I have music turned off. And then I'm So last night I was playing a lot and I changed my game plan a little bit. But maybe I shouldn't be doing this, because last night this build is kind of fickle, I think. Oh yeah, I also need to move myself here. I played a demo of this, haven't played the full version yet. Oh, there's a demo for this game? Holy crap, I didn't even know. I didn't even know this game exists until someone told me about it on chat, and then Toon bought me this game. It's like, yeah. And then I started getting into this, and it's like, oh my god. There was a demo during Next Fest. Oh my god, I didn't even know. Maybe I wasn't paying too much attention. But this game is absolutely a banger. I love this game to bits. It's so fucking good. Iguana Gano Valeto. More coins? 10% more coin when wildcard is played. Oh my god, yeah. Last night I was playing with wildcard. I started playing with wildcards more, and I can get to like combo of 100 plus, and it's actually kind of crazy. I need to unlock more characters. Ooh, who this? I love her. Increase damage of every time the number is played. When the blue card is played. Oh wow. Increase damage by 10% when the red card is played. The demo did not grab me, but I think it's probably a lot different when you have more stuff unlocked. I feel that actually. Sometimes the demo doesn't grab me as well, but when I play the full game, it's just like you know when the demo is like, I want more, but it's not enough, right? I feel like that's how I feel with demos sometimes, and then when I look at the full game and then it delivers, and I feel happy about it. This one I'm not too sure because I never played the demo. What was the demo that I played back then that I know? And I played the full game. Oh, it was I think it was Temtem Swarm. I played Temtem Swarm, and because Temtem Swarm doesn't have a lot of like unlocks on demo, so that one really didn't grab me. And then I buy the game when it's on a little bit of discount. I bought it because I want to play games like that, and Temtem is very adorable. The more I play it, the more I be like, oh my god, that game's good. Right? When I unlock more stuff, and then there's like a chicken that I can play as, right? It's very adorable. Yeah, it's something like that. Might be how you feel, I'm not too sure, but with the current state of the game that I'm playing right now, I highly recommend. If you like Monster Train, if you like Slay the Spire, like games like that, roguelike deck building games, and this game offers more because the mechanic of the game is similar but more, and not to the point where it's overwhelming. It's not overwhelming at all. It's more of a sweet spot, I would say. That's why I love this game so much. Still don't know what area does. I should probably get some damage character. Red card, right? We should probably put in Antonio. We get Antonio.
Let it whip.
Let it whip. Alright, let's go. We're going to World Man. Let me show you something. So last night I was playing a lot actually. And we finished this one. We finished Daily Plan. And then we finished the bridge as well. We finished the Gallo Tower as well. Cleared, right? But this one is only one floor, so it's pretty easy. So now we're going to another bridge. Kobo need more. Kobo, never enough, I would say. Never enough. Also behind me, there's a hurry button. Like behind me right here, you see that? It's in my butt. It's a hurry button that makes everything go faster, but I don't think it's kind of needed in this game. I mean, of course, maybe I'm not far enough, but you know, I'm still like early mid-game, I would say. Also, playing Vampire Cross probably adds a bunch of mechanics for playing, and only having a few characters will give you a good idea about what is possible. Yeah, exactly. Like, at first, when I can only play as one character, it's very bare bones. It's almost like... it's almost like the game is easing you in, which I think the game does really well, not gonna lie. Right, when I first get in, it's like I have a little bit of like basic knowledge on what's with roguelike deck building games, because I used to play Slay the Spire, and I used to play Monster Train as well, like some basic games like that. No, not basic, but some basic knowledge of like roguelike deck buildings, and the game eases you in, right? Which I think they do pretty well, right? They came out wrong. Mini bridge, I'm gonna get mean on. Oh. Wait. Wait. I think that's right. What is that? They look so cute now. Oh my god, oh my god. Mini head. Wow. 40 damage on first. Oh, I have a lot of health. Okay. I forgot how much health I have.
Stronger.
Stronger.
Attack. Attack. Attack.
Should probably get some golden armor. Need this one for the upgrade. Duplicator might be good here, but we have Panda and that, so this is a random enemy. Maybe? Oh yeah, I upgraded armor, so armor is a jewel slot as well. I could do this. Hi Roxas. We don't want to use this. I forgot how hyped the music is. MP2? Yeah.
Attack.
That's a lot of armor. Oh yeah, armor doesn't persist. We need this one now, right? Squeeze the combo. Hey, wow. I just had my wisdom tooth. Oh my god, I hope everything went well. Shit. Well, I never had that, so I don't know what's the recovery process, but I hope you're okay. There's a lot of enemies and projectiles. Yeah, that's why it's like really super fun. Hi Sring. Hi friend. Weird friend. I don't know, still numb. Oh, just. Oh my god. Okay. I don't know how painful it will be later. I don't know too, but I wish that it's not going to be really bad. Yeah, and I hope you recover quickly as well. Yeah.
You're welcome.
And draw cards. Ooh, we have two. We have two whip, I think. I'm not gonna use the hollow heart. No, I never had it before, so I can't really like. I don't know how bad it's gonna be. Yeah.
To your aid.
To your aid.
Attack.
We do a 1. More armor.
Attack.
Ooh, damage is good, but I think this one is also good. Little hard.
Attack.
Yeah, the combo system makes the game really fun as well. Should I flip to where I am? I feel like if I stay on the right, if I stay on the left side, I won't be blocking as much. You know what? Let's give it a try. Let's see. A lot of things are gonna get like. Yeah, I think that's better, right? I feel like over there I probably won't block too much. Uh-oh. I hope this works. Hi. I need to get spoiled. Kobo wanna get spoiled. Okay. This should work. Hope Heck is doing good. Oh yeah, Hope 3 is doing good as well. Welcome. We do.
Attack. Attack.
We have a shit ton of damage now.
Attack.
Nice. We get weighty too. And draws a card. Ooh, a greed stat. Okay, this is way too good. Give it to me. I need that. I need that stat. Light tune. Oh, I'm not getting any money though. I'm stupid. I forgot Bridges doesn't give money. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Ayo.
Farewell.
I have a lot of work meetings today, so I'm gonna lurk instead. Okay. Have a good luck and good luck with the meetings, Zuri. And thanks for stopping by. We need luck? I guess getting more luck wouldn't hurt. Yeah. Chance to explode might change it. Okay, we're still good. Please. I need something to draw a card. Oh no. We need some damage here. We have a lot of might. We have a lot of might modifiers, so maybe that's good. We get across. Okay, we go. We're surviving somehow.
To your aid. Attack.
To your aid. Ooh, Gaki Amari.
Attack.
We love Kitty. We love Kitty. I lost. No way. That was a bad draw. No. Dang. Oh, I can revive once. I forgot. Right, we still have a chance. Wait. We need something more to draw cards.
You're welcome.
Text do splash damage. Maybe this is good. Wait, blue heart. Okay, good. This one, do it again. Good. So those were wild cards that lets you continue your combo streak without messing up the combo streak. So do I want to explain how the combo works, or would it be spoilers if I do that? Might be spoilers. I don't know. You want me to explain it? It's okay. I'll just keep playing for now. Don't mind spoilers. Oh, okay. So then I'll explain a little bit, right? No, you see this is now ×1, so this one costs 0. And then you see these glowing numbers. If you go 0, 1, 2, 3, the numbers will keep going up. And then if you change the order at any point, let's say 0, 1, 2, and it will go back to 1 or 0 or not 3, it drops the combo entirely, right? And then with wild cards, it lets you continue the combo without dropping. So let's say I do 0, 1, and then I wild card, and I can go back to 0 again and then do 1, and then the combo will continue with the wild card. And that's why I always love wild cards. At least that's the gist of it. Nice, we survived. We get armor. Guess I might need more armor here. Yeah, I need this. Nice. I'm also building a lot of projectiles here.
My strength is your shield.
My strength is your shield. Ooh, nice. I got lucky with the celestial dusting.
I say.
Summons all crawlers to hand. This one is actually pretty good, I think. So if I do this, I'm probably gonna have a lot of like mana. Oh, I have a little heart. It's okay. Kills 2. Nice. Nice, 59. Oh yeah, when the multiplier goes up, your card multiplies as well. Like the numbers, they multiply, so it's really strong. Oh my god, no way. Oh, I need draw. I want to draw a card on this one maybe? Together? Yeah. I did too quickly. There we go. This one, draw a card. Bring someone back.
To your aid.
Might need this actually. Heal 1, little heart. 0, 1, little heart. 0. Gain 120. What the heck? Okay, we can play with multis. There's one more, and then 165%. Boom! 165% of crown XP growth. Let's go. This shit's crazy. Oh my god, that was so good. Let's get spinach. We might need some like in-round might modifiers. Also, I love how the movement is also just like Kobo'S story, Trenchcoat Adventurer. I like that. It doesn't kill? This is really bad. They don't explode. Oh my god! 0 and 2, unlucky. I pressed the wrong button.
Stronger.
2, 0, 1, 2. Okay, we somehow survived that one. Hi, malicious magpie. You're welcome. This might be bad.
Attack. Attack.
Oh, little heart. I still don't know what Clock Lancet pairs with. We get some spinach. So, and then armor.
Attack. Attack. Attack.
Ooh, I need this. Throw 6 cards, please. And then 1, 2, draw a card. Little heart. 0, 1. And then that kills. Nice. Let's get Friendship Amulet.
My
0.
strength is your shield.
2. And then little heart. 22 token armor. Boom! That was really good. That was really good. Reduce mana cost? Yeah, like I mentioned, this game is the first time I feel like the reducing mana cost is not super duper good because of the combo system. Right? Because usually when it comes to roguelike deck buildings, I always feel like reducing mana cost is so fucking strong. In this game, it's strong, not as good, right? Because it messes up with your like multiplier thing. So this has the potential to do 90 times 3 damage, right? Because of multiplier. It costs 2. If I do 0 and then 1 and then 2, this will do 3 times damage. But then if I reduce the mana cost, meaning the most potential this is gonna get is 2 times the damage. That's it. So that's why. Which makes the game really fucking cool, not gonna lie. Let's get like 2. Oh yeah, we have maximum amount. Yeah, that's why. Nucha? We get 10 off. Go Kitty! And Kitty just decimates them. Bracelet's good. If there's a wild card, I feel like I always want to get a wild card. I don't know if I can win against this, to be honest. Red and blue. I can sacrifice one of these. One knife? Knife has always been a little bit 2-0 card, 3-0 cards. Okay, one magic one actually. There. Power strike, triple damage. Let's go. All right, here we go. Ay, no zero card.
Attack! Attack!
We can only build early. We took some damage. Hopefully we don't do that anymore. Appreciate.
To your aid!
Plus 24. I'm still gonna take some damage, but at least that won't kill me. Yeah, we need some good draw. Oh no!
Attack! Attack! Attack!
Oh!
Attack!
Come back. Oh my god, we're doing it.
Attack!
We keep some little heart. They're not gonna do any damage here.
Attack!
Is it thundering? Oh my god, is it actually gonna rain after a month of not raining? Damn. Finally. Draw card. Do this one first. And then reset, like to this one. 2 armor. 28 damage. We survived this, but we couldn't get hit like that anymore.
Stronger!
Should have done that. I forgot about this. 28. Frozen. Don't do anything. Oh, I should have done something. I forgot it's this. I'm stupid. I might lose here. Yeah, bad draw. We reroll once. Even if we reroll once, we're still gonna die from like 28 damage. Yeah, I messed up. I forgot about like this mechanic. Oh, fine. GG. No. That was a bad play on my end. Wild buff. Lots and lots of cards picked up from light sources. Oh. Nice. A wild buff Arcana. Wait. At least I get hecckin. Okay, let's go Arcana and check. We have this one. This one. Oh my god, hecckin. Cards picked up from light source gets combo multiplier. Cards picked up from light sources get combo multiplier? What does that even mean? Doesn't a wild card always give multiplier? I'll give it a try. I'm gonna change crawlers. But I have no money to buy any other ones. Do we play with XP? Gain XP? I think XP could be good there. What does Dog do? Also meal. 3 amount, 5 luck, red card is played. Yellow card is played. 2 amount. Oh, 2-1 amount. Then yeah. We do Imelda,
My magic is not to be feared.
and then Antonio,
Time for adventure.
and then Bear. Yatta, Cavallo. Cavallo is just good. I mean, not only it's Bear, but also very cool. Also good. Alright, let's try again. This one might be hard. I mean, to be fair, I have like curse on the maximum, so maybe that's why. Maybe that's also why. Yeah, I have curse on 100% here. Alright, here we go.
Our power grows.
Early double damage? We can give it to Wit first.
To your aid, I say.
I say,
Whip it!
whip it!
Attack!
Oh. Mm,
Start! Yes!
nice. We get one more like 2, and I think that's pretty good. We need a lot of attract off actually.
Whip it!
Unite.
Yes!
That down. We can get a lot of whip actually. Whip has 2 jewel slots and that's gonna help a lot.
There
I
well.
press on card. Get this one. No way, it's actually raining. Oh my god, it's been a month. It's finally raining. Oh. Hell yeah, finally. Happy Kobo noises.
Stronger!
Stronger.
Attack!
Okay.
I say, whip it!
Oh, this one's good.
Perfection. Yes.
Oh, we need Risa.
Smart.
Yes! Welcome! My strength is your shield.
Okay, I helped.
I say,
Get some 2 cards, I guess. Do duplicate. No, we need more might actually.
attack! Whip it!
Nice. Okay, okay. I feel it. I feel like I feel that this is the build. This is the build. Yin Yang. Ooh, wait, I like this one. So 0 gives 1 extra mana, but I feel like we don't have mana problem. So we're gonna put on an even odd mana so that I can draw a card. Let's give it to some damaging cards, I guess. Gatia Mari? No, we give it like 2. Because when I get mana, I would love to like play more cards, right? So let's draw a card.
I say,
Unlucky?
attack!
Go King!
Yes!
Let's roll 50 damage. Oh my god.
Channel my magic. Unite. Unite.
Start!
Unite.
Farewell!
Oh, this might be bad.
Powering up.
2.
I say.
Okay, we survived that somehow. Yeah, just do this, it's fine. I'm keeping the hollow heart now.
Smart.
Okay, doing this.
It is done.
To your aid.
Building. Oh my god. And Kobo is absolutely cooking. Sushi dusting.
I say.
Nice.
Attack. Yes.
Oh, I don't no coin. Okay, we keep it. Wait for cat. Ooh. More slasher dusting. Okay, that's a chunky heal. Nice, one wild card. Just wanna make sure. One extra mana, that's pretty good. And then we fight again. I love the bridge music, it's so good. Early braces.
Yes.
Oh, I'm dead. It's okay, revive once.
To your aid. Perfection.
Stop. Welcome.
Yes.
Heals and enemy dies. Now we get friendship amulet. Reset. Promo
Powering
card.
up.
This should pass. Then this.
Meteor.
Two. 1, 2. Wild. 1, 2. And then 3? 3. We don't need Ancient Tomb, I guess. That's a little bit too much. Do we need that? We get Friendship Emerald. As much wildcard as possible, actually. I melted them, by the way. Here, what do we want? 2, 3, 4? Oh, I never had this before. We can play wildcards here. Okay, let's get this one. Plus attract orb. Okay, fine. This is a new unlock. Labora. What does that do? Deal 150 damage. Burn enemies every turn. After every turn. Wow. Okay. That seems pretty good.
Smart.
Oh, that's bad. It's always the first draw, man.
I say. Okay, I helped.
No. I don't think we can evolve anymore. We do this for no reason actually. Oh my god, you gave me 0, 2, 4 cards? What are the odds?
Stronger. Wicked. I say.
Unfortunate. No way! That's so strong? Okay, after every turn we have a chance here. Am I not drawing cards?
Channel my magic.
Whip it! Start!
Okay, we survive still. That water is so huge.
I say! Welcome!
Made you lowering up.
Whip is just good. When Whip pairs with this one, it's so strong.
Yes.
We somehow survived that. Labora is probably gonna be... Oh, chicken! 10 health? We take those. Do I want this? You want a red and blue? Giving blue is too spicy. Actually, Pomerola is useless now because it's a final fight, right? Yeah, it's a final fight. Pomerola is useless now. So this one is a no-brainer. We take away one magic one. Magic one is just normal here. Like knife have a chance to crit. Magic one doesn't. So yeah. Someone summons a minecart. What? I never had that before. Let's give it a try. Give it to... why not? 2 times whip damage. Yeah, minecart. It's a new thing even for me. I already lost. I don't even have a chance to try it. Nah.
It is done.
I don't even have a chance to try it. No, this is so difficult. Wait. Am I playing too high of a difficulty because of the curse? No, right? No. We might need some crawler change here. Amount... I feel like I'm not doing a... Maybe we need Giovanna. 1 card when purple card is played. 20 luck when Giovanna is played.
There's only one way. Which way?
We try this then. When we play a purple card, they draw a card, which I think could be really strong. Okay, let's give it a try. This is tough. I never lose this much. It's the first time. I mean, ever since I got this upgrade, I'm just losing left and right. It doesn't benefit here as well, right? Because I don't get money here.
To your aid.
To your aid. Start. Yes, I say.
What do we do again? 1% XP growth. Ah,
Perfection.
oh, that's what it is. Okay.
Attack.
Chancy.
Smart.
Spooky.
Wicked.
I say.
I say. You're welcome.
More kitty? Actually, can I go -1? Wait, I can, right? I can go -1. I didn't think about that. Wait, that's kind of funny. Oh my god, -1 is 0? Wait, no. -1 to 0 is a combo. Let's go. $10 damage. We block that.
Presto.
Powering up.
Smart.
Stronger.
Yes.
Start. Wicked.
Very strong first at the start encounter. Which card do I want as like the first card? I don't know actually. And Kobo figure out combo. Oh, Kobo big brain? Oh my god. Hi Mars. Hi Squeaky Dragon. Oh my god. No? I think splash damage could be big here, I think. Considering how much enemies are here.
Yes.
Made you look.
Attack.
Powering up. It is done.
I say.
Oh my god, the kitty are so chunky. Hello? Why are the kitty so chunky? Hit wick. Alright. Aren't you unlocking shiny things? I'm a shiny thing, collect me. But Kobo weak and Kobo small. And Kobo doesn't know how to collect dragon. Although Kobo would love to collect dragon.
Attack. Yeah, well.
Oh my god, bracer. Wait, actually, I might not need bracer.
Of how it goes.
X. 1,
Smart.
2.
Yes. I say.
I guess we can place on 2 cards now. -1 to 0 is good. So funny. More width.
Perfection. Made you look.
Made you look. I need wild cards.
I've done plenty.
Made you look.
Nice. We might need to build some amount here. Empty tomb. It's always nice to see many dragon in chat. Makes the Kobo happy. Oh, can I reduce mana cost again? 2 -1 cards? I mean, I added 2 -1 cards. Yeah. Maybe reducing mana cost is still really good. I take back what I said.
To your aid.
Okay, I helped.
Oh,
Yes.
I don't draw a card. God, Giovanna is not here.
To your aid.
Start. I say.
Go kitty, go kitty, go. crap.
Spooky.
Yes. Repeat. Attack. You're welcome.
I guess I've officially been up too long, just hiding back with your runs. Thank you, Nexus. Have a good EP as well. Thanks for stopping by. It's always nice to see Nexus. I tuck you in and pet. Oh my god. I wanna get tucked in and pet too. I will go. I will bother. I need to go bother more dragons so that when Kobo EP, I'll just be like, nudge, yep. I will be a needy boy.
Channel my magic. Perfection. I say, smart.
Duplicate this.
Powering up.
No -1?
My strength is your shield.
Yes.
Yes.
Sit down.
Guess we can try this now.
Smart.
Smart. Wicked.
Perfection.
Attack.
I don't want to get too many cards now, I think. I should do some damage when I use armor as well. Why not?
I say,
Attack.
Nice. Okay. First turn. Oh, we have you.
I say. Yes.
Stop.
it is done.
Farewell.
I think we survived this. Okay.
Our power grows.
Taxi on. None. Spooky.
They're not attacking now. Minecraft? Minecraft just comes in and hit for a little bit. Maybe Minecraft is not that good, I feel like.
Powering up. Need to look.
Nice one.
To your aid.
Yes.
Wicked.
Pomerola. I guess I use it now.
Powering up.
Presto. Nice.
Yes. I say.
Smart.
Wicked.
Yes. Made you look.
I don't... I think I draw too many cards now. It's getting a little bit overwhelming now. Nah.
Okay, I help.
Nah. We get more cards.
Stop. Attack.
Presto. Attack.
No -1.
Channel my magic.
Oh my god, the kills. Yeah, I think it's time to not like get too many cards. I need to have consistent draw. It's not that I want to get many cards. 3, 2. Should get 2. We take away 1 empty 2? Yeah. There we go. Alright, let's give it a try. Ash! Oh my god! Hi Ash! Hi friend, welcome.
Farewell.
I say. Haha.
It's a really good first draw. Damn it. It's always the first draw.
Perfection.
They are tough? Oh my god. They're extremely tough.
Wicked.
I say.
Yes.
Yes. Made you look. Haha. Smart.
I need more purple cards. I just realized that. Oh. I'm giving Kobo all my cards to hold. Mine. Mine. Any -1? No? Okay.
I've done plenty.
Oh, there is -1. Oh, I just drew that
It is
one.
done.
Friendship. Yeah, I need to... Wait, no. Just have to banish from the run.
Stronger. I say.
Okay. Friendship. -1, 0.
Yes.
-1, 0. Mana. And then reset. Maybe not. We need purple cards.
Attack. Stop.
I need healing as well.
I say.
The first draw is so hard. And I'm out of Giovanna as well. No. Chicken. 2 blue cards. Pomerola is useless now. 1 golden armor. Maybe this could even a little bit of the card draw. Deal current kills total as damage to a random enemy. I don't know about that. Alt mana, draw one card. Alt mana, draw one card. You. Okay, Giovanna is not here. First turn could kill here, so 60 damage? Yeah, 60. That's so bad.
Lucky you.
Whipping.
Where's my 0 cards? What is this? That is extremely unfortunate. Where's the combo card? What the heck is going on?
Welcome.
I think that's just two... Oh my god, 2 rounds of really unfortunate draw. Not a single proper card and not a single combo is there. I mean, I thought it was pretty balanced. I did try to like not get too much cards towards the end there. That was just unfortunate. Armor in plane. Wild buff is not useful here at all. Your shield. Remaining armor persists between turns. I have no chance to get like... We need this one actually. Move crows to the top of your deck. That's gonna help a lot. But also... That could also be a little bit spicy because... if I can only get 5 draw on first turn, and that's 3 cards guaranteed, Crawler. I don't know. Oh, wait, let me try something. Crawler, and, we get 1 more color that draw. How about we get 3 color that draw cards? Red card, deal damage, increase damage, blue card, yellow card, yellow card. Draw one card, yellow card is played. Okay.
I'll be gentle.
Hey yo, you be gentle? Damage card, draw a card and blue card is played. Blue is armor, right? Blue is kind of rare. Don't we have a red card that draws? 5 flock red. 5 fairy and red. I mean, this one
There's
doesn't
only
matter.
one way. Which way?
Poor Kobo, gently the Kobo. And Kobo is fine. Hick. And Kobo has been gently. No, maybe Antonio is like really good here. Because Antonio gives damage, or maybe more XP growth?
An admirable choice.
Alright, let's try again. And Kobo got this. This time we have more draw. Weaker now though, but more draw. What is this first draw? Wait, why am I drawing so many cards? Isn't it just 5? Okay.
Our power grows.
Let's dance.
To your aid.
Already feels 10 times better actually. Yeah, the card is good now. Armor?
Unite.
Unite!
Unite.
Unite!
Unite.
I have heard Unite before.
Unite.
Let's go.
Unite. Unite.
There. I say.
Unite.
Kobo, go! Oh, bunch of shattering. I assume I couldn't play too much of the same card in the same thing. Hi, Kobo, go! Welcome. Ooh, more deadlock. How was your deadlock session today? Hope deadlock was good. Also, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. I'm Kira. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope stream went well. Heck yeah. Deadlock rate.
Unite.
Spooky.
I should not be playing the cards that's shattering. I don't know what's gonna happen though.
Unite. Unite.
Spooky.
I just play the cards that's not shattering here. You. Okay, you're shattering. That's not shattering. You're not shattering. Ooh, this one's good. One. Are you shattering? But now I should buy on that and change my mind. Absolutely intentional. Dragons are the best, I know, right? Oh, can't just shattering. X. Okay, the counter shattering, I should not be playing them anymore. Can't believe I'm ending turn. I don't know what's gonna happen though.
Unite.
I'm a little bit scared to find out.
I must reload.
Smart.
To your aid. Unite.
Oh oh.
I say.
Do not get paper cuts from shattered cards. Kobo will be careful. I think we get enough cards already. It's time to get some stat boosts. Ooh, what do we want to quick draw? I think we want quick draw like 2, no? Yeah, we want that. Kobo is using her brain, oh my god.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
It is done.
Smart.
Channel my magic.
More yellow?
Unite.
Spooky. Faster. I say. Shut up.
Uh-oh.
Unite.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Unite.
There.
Unite.
Unite.
Unite. Unite.
Unite. Yaki. Okay, okay, and
Presto! Smart!
Nice, we get a little heart. We don't need Bracer anymore. We do need to be more defensive here, I feel like.
Spooky!
Reducing mana cost. Reducing a 0 cost. Yeah. -1
Unite.
empty tomb.
Unite. See ya. I'm fully armed.
Oh yeah, I never said this, but hey Jake. I hope Jake is doing the armor on armor. Armor on armor. Add 2 armor, add 2 armor. Solid! Oh my god. Nice. Nice. I feel confident with this one, oh my god.
Desk! Sit down!
Unite. Unite.
Oh, did my stream die? Yeah. Oh, my stream died? Really? I didn't even know this. Dang it. Am I back? I think I'm back. Okay, reconnection successful. Okay, we good. Oh my goodness.
I say!
That sucked.
Spooky! I've done plenty.
Unite.
What a redundant!
Okay, I helped. Your aid.
Unite. Unite.
That's good enough.
Presto!
Unite. Unite. Unite.
No, I pressed the wrong card. Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
Unite.
Ooh,
Unite.
chunky kitty. How much 2-3 cards do we have? I think I've allowed 2 cards. So we can actually get a 3 here because a level 2 is present. Let's try. Get this one. In 1 candle. Right, here we go. Internet be nice to Kobo. Yeah, I think the Malaysian internet has been always has been. It's like
Sit down! I say!
Unite.
unite.
Sit down!
Unite.
That's pretty good.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
No little hard. Oh, Bichon.
Spooky.
Unite.
Ooh, huge bird noise.
Unite.
I say. Presto.
Oh, there are too many cards with a problem.
Unite.
Oh, that's shattered?
Unite.
I think they come in handy.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Unite.
Unite. Zero. Oh. I think that was only my second turn, right? I think you can get rid of one, two cards. This one. Heals an enemy dice. Freezes a random enemy. Reduce mana cost. Wait a minute. By 2? Oh, I got the. Oh no, no way. This would be funny, right? -2. -2. Oh, that's a -2.
Unite. Unite.
Spooky.
No see ya. Haha.
Presto. Shut up.
My turn now.
Ooh, finally a wild card.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
I just got more mana back.
Spooky. Presto.
Unite. Unite.
Okay, no, 2 cards there.
Unite.
Uh oh.
Unite. Unite.
Okay, I helped. Channel my magic.
I say.
Unite.
Right, they have this now. How much is that tree? Oh my god, I already. Woo! Okay. Maximum overkill already? Okay, let's try to get as much money here. 2, 3. But my cards are shattering now.
Presto.
must reload.
I say. Yes.
Oh my god. What is a shatter? Uh-oh.
I say.
I say.
Oh, don't like that.
To your aid.
I'm still going up.
Unite. 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 Unite.
Every one of my cards is breaking.
Unite.
I'm pretty sure this is gonna break if I use it now. What happens if it breaks? Oh. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Who are you? Am I dead? Oh, the cards are all gonna shatter. What do I do? Oh, the music is so fucking hype though.
Unite.
Okay, we stop and turn first. Why are you laughing at me? Okay, okay, this is fine.
Unite. Unite.
60 damage? Oh, okay, you died. Okay. Maybe Kobo is a little bit too strong. Maybe Kobo is a little bit too chunky. That was a little bit funny. Alright, we got it though, it's fine. Uncrackable? Cards less likely to shatter. Eh? I mean, do I need that? Kobo should take a break. Hmm? What's going on? What happened? What if I take a Jade instead? We did it! Oh. Can I fuck? Oh, that's another 666 though. I don't have revive anymore. And then you immediately go into this. Wait, what? I can fight you? And I don't get to build my things as well.
Spooky. Death. Nah.
I think I tried. I think I tried. Kobo too strong, Kobo should kick punch. Jay, Kobo actually enjoyed kick punch yesterday. It's so good. How much AC does he even have? I have no idea. It's the first time I get to fight that. Who this? I didn't know who they am. Where's my crawlers? Oh, that's not a crawler, okay. I thought that's a crawler. If it was the HP from actual Venusaur, it would be like 900k. Oh. 900k doesn't sound too much, honestly. Maybe? No, actually 900k is a lot. Yeah, I take that back. Let's buy the crawlers first. Oh. I think this team is really strong, no? Like we go again. Capella Mangana. Oh, it's a new place. Right, we're going in. Wait, there's a bunch of items. Who are we fighting
Your
against? I think we can get Stone Mask now.
Yep.
What?
What are the chances?
Let's dance.
Oh, I see you.
Unite.
I'm not getting money from them? How do I earn money?
Unite.
I say.
Unite.
Let's go.
Home Seal is doing good. Welcome. I should probably get some. Wait, we need this. MP2? Might's that good. Yeah, I'm not getting any money. What the heck?
Unite.
Yes.
They feel a lot easier to find against. What the heck?
Unite.
Spooky.
I'm confused. Let me check. Garlic plus... Oh, garlic plus love. Still don't know what armor pairs with. There's a new one. Wing plus something. Oh, I never really got a chance to combine pentagram and crown. I always use the crown. We know this. We have 2 of them already. Okay. We have 3 possible combinations currently. We get this one. Nice.
Unite.
Smart.
Unite. Unite.
And get shot.
Unite.
Let's go.
Unite. Unite.
Spooky.
Unite.
When the card is drawn, it stays in the hand until it's used. I can't like to.
Sit down. Yes.
I used the wrong card.
Unite.
I say.
Oh, it's shattering. Oh, the organ noises.
Unite.
Sit down.
This one, I've lost 0.
Unite.
Oh my god, it just destroys everything. Yes, that can be combined. Chicken? We keep that for now. Reduce mana cost. -1. Brekkie. Oh, hi, Brekkie.
Unite. Unite.
Oh. No, what happened? I think I'm gonna assume that's a misclick. Can we untime out Brekkie? I assume that's a misclick. Can we untime out? Okay. Username. Okay. Alright, we good. No, Brekkie's not dead. We left Brekkie.
Unite.
Presto.
Unite.
1, 2, 3. Yay, boop Brekkie. We boop Brekkie, we don't time up Brekkie. Double damage. Guess I get double damage on this. Boom! Right, here we go. Rather be timed out than shouted out. No! But I don't want to time up Brekkie.
Unite. Unite.
-2. I need a -1 card now. So 2 and 0.
Unite. Unite.
2. Oh my god. Wings.
Unite. Unite.
Do it again. That looks painful. Oh no. Yep, I used it too many times. So oh, that looked cool. What happened? Oh, they become blue cards? Oh, that's what happened. Chrono Trigger tests are randomized, so purple, and blue. Uh-oh. Draw 2 cards, draw 2 cards. Okay, purple will still draw a card, that's good. 28 in damage. Ooh.
Blinker. Blinker.
Maximum overkill. That's not a lot. It's okay now. Let's go get that hecckin. Evolve the kitty. Nice. What if I want to time out Reiki? Well, I mean, if we talk about it, it's fine, right? If both sides consent, then that's fine.
Unite.
Oh, when both sides knows what's going on, then yeah, I'm okay with that. I have no zero cards. But
Unite. Unite.
Set out. Spooky. Presto.
Unite.
oh, money! You don't give me money, I'll force you to give money. Spinach might be good here. No zero cards.
Unite.
Set out.
Unite.
I say, yes.
Unite. 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 Unite.
Yeah, I don't think I want to get too many cards, do I? You know what? Yeah, it's fine. I'm drawing a shit ton of cards. I think it's fine. Ooh, sacrifice a card. What do I sacrifice though? I'd have to sacrifice my spellbinder. I guess I can sacrifice a candle. No, we need some zero cards actually. We don't have a lot of zero cards. We have a lot of two? Yeah, we have a lot of two cards. I'm gonna get rid of the clover. I want the lightning ray because I have a duplicator to combine with.
Unite. 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 Unite.
Clean.
Unite. Unite.
I say. Presto.
Unite. Unite.
Unite.
Unite. Unite.
Oh, I think I might have too much Spellbinder actually. Oh. No. I'm being bite, no. Kobo dead.
Unite. Unite.
Unite.
Unite.
Spooky.
Unite. Unite.
I say.
Oh yeah. I feel what plus heart again. Is it garlic? Right? Yeah, garlic, okay. I can't really get rid of garlic, it's not that good. I mean, it's good, but garlic doesn't really feel like it's affected by multiplier.
Unite.
Echo.
I'm just hitting air.
Unite. Unite.
Spooky.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Yes. Sit down.
Unite. Unite.
Ooh, that just cleans. Ancient Tomb? We get this one with infinite mana. Sure. Alright, tiny mini boss fight. Wait, these trees crazy though.
Echo. I say. Spooky.
Unite. 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 Unite.
More tree cards? We get bird?
Sit down.
Unite. 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 Unite.
Ow.
Yes.
Unite.
It's already breaking.
Unite. Unite.
Ultra. Ooh. Overkill. Kobo yummy. But Kobo doesn't want to get nom-nommed on.
I say.
Oh, nom-nom is fine. Just... You know what? Yeah, nom-nom is fine. Tiny nom-noms.
Unite. Unite.
I can't use the wing card anymore. I don't want to shadow my only wild card. Let's rebuild it, it's fine.
Unite. 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 Unite.
can randomly play the cards that's like not breaking.
Unite.
This one doesn't break yet, this one doesn't break yet. They are breaking. Sounds good. Sounds good. These are good still. That's good. How much can I get? Like money? Yeah, these are all shattered. Okay. Fine. 3k. We get 3k. 3k is fine. Big money. Yeah, let's evolve this one. I forgot what this is. Soul Eater? Nice. Nice.
Unite.
I say,
Unite.
spooky.
Unite. Unite.
Mud? This is good.
Unite.
If the stage doesn't give me money, I'll make money on my own. Kobo will get their own money. Double healing. Repeat the cards these turns are free. Deal armor is damaged when played. I don't need these. What happens if I skip them? Oh. Oh, I don't get money. Okay. You know what? When if they do give money, they'll probably say it, and I'm just dumb.
Sit down.
Unite. Unite.
Oh, I used the wrong card just now. If I use this one, I'm golden.
Unite.
Fine. Ayumi.
Unite. Unite.
Really? Where did my zero card go?
Unite.
No zero cards? Oh, there is. Scared me a little bit.
I say,
Unite.
Oh. Dang, that just kills. Do duplicator. I like duplicator. Mama Dragon, hello. Oh my god, Mama Dragon. I have water. We hope Mama Dragon is doing good.
Unite.
spooky.
No. Morning, morning.
Mom.
Unite.
Sit down. Yes. Presto.
No wild card? Groggy more than anything? Oh, it sounded like bad sleep. I'm sorry.
Unite. Unite.
Bad sleep, whale.
Unite.
I say.
Oh, that really hurt now.
Mom.
Unite.
No wild card. Not bad sleep, just wait a spot work schedule making me sleep between hours. No, that's even worse. Oh.
Unite.
Wait.
Unite.
Confused?
Unite.
Oh. 5.
Unite. Unite.
There was 2, 3, 4, or 4, 5, 3 and 6. No 6. Okay. Ayo, that hurt.
Presto.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Nice. That was 3, 4, 5, 1.
Unite.
1. 2, 3.
Yes.
Okay.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Uh-oh. Yeah, they're breaking. I don't want to use them anymore.
Sit down.
Unite.
Any tree?
Unite.
Uh-oh.
Unite. Unite.
They are just breaking now.
Unite.
I guess this is it, right? Or do I want to break the cards? I don't think I want to break the card this early, do I? Which card do I want to break if I want to?
Unite.
I don't mind breaking a light tomb. Yeah, I actually don't mind breaking a light tomb. There you go.
Spooky.
No break yet.
Unite.
maybe one of these guns. Did it? No. Am I lucky? That's just not breaking.
Unite.
I say.
I don't know now.
Presto.
Oh, we break this one.
Yes.
There we go. Okay, so when music changes, this happens. So now we can end the turn.
Unite. 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 Unite.
How much? There was one? Oh, there was 0. I have one.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Oh, did I? Easy. Free. I wonder if it's gonna happen every time I break a card. Because if it happens every time I break a card, it's kind of scary actually. Or maybe not, because I'm already so strong. That one is easy to fight against because I get to build really strongly before I start to fight against them.
Unite. Unite.
Sit down.
No, we get a lot of 3 cards. Shame. I think it took me 3 cards. This one... No value card available? I don't have a single blue? Oh, what is this thing?
Unite. Unite.
-1, 0. I don't have the 0 card.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Wait, I don't have 1 card?
Unite. Unite.
Seriously? I don't have 1 card?
Unite.
I don't have a 1 card.
Unite.
Presto.
Unite.
Yes.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Oh, that just kills everything. Oh my god, the bird went crazy. Okay, let's try to get more 1 card. That was scary. There was not a single 1 card. Maybe I can lower 2? Lower 2... It's gonna reduce the potential though, but it's okay. We lower this one.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Attack.
2, 1,
Unite.
1, 2. I think that was a lot of money. Get this one. I think Cherry Bomb doesn't have any combination. Or maybe I just haven't unlocked yet. Maybe this is the Cherry Bomb one. I haven't seen any... Yeah, there's no Cherry Bomb here. Why is this game fun as heck? I don't know. It's so
Unite.
different.
Unite.
Oh, now I don't have a 2 card, really.
Unite.
Aha. Yes. Let's go. Sit down.
Ooh, nice. Okay, we have a blue card now at least. Do you want me to open up this? I don't know how worth it would be. We can reduce some tree cards. Yeah. Hopefully it's something good. Magnetic countdown. Replace the previous card effect. Previous card effect? Why not? I think that could be good. Maybe? No 1 card. I am...
Unite.
Oh, there we go.
Aha. Sit down. Stop.
Oh, no wild card.
Unite. 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 Unite.
Oh, the wild cards are coming in.
Unite.
Yes. Let's go.
Unite.
Wings. Nice.
Unite. Unite.
Attack.
Yeah, that's why multiplayer can get really crazy. Chicken. I'm just gonna eat it. Nice. Some extra mana is gonna help a lot.
Unite.
This one.
Unite.
1. only 3.
Unite. Unite.
Wait, dragon? Oh my god, that looks like a dragon. I didn't even realize. Oh, Chad. Oh my god, dragon. Oh my god. I want dragon. I'm sorry. I had to. It's dragon. Wild cards are so good. Sacrifice a card for heal? I don't think I want to sacrifice any card for now. Yeah, no. Oh, I messed up. Okay, at least I'm not getting attacked. I didn't check the cost. Two, 3? Maybe I could try increasing mana costs. What if I increase this one? That's gonna go bonkers now. Or this one, like the stat boost. Ooh, I mean, yeah.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Kobo, you're a
Wait.
good girl.
Oh.
Have some pat pats. Pat.
Also, I just realized, is the game too loud sometimes? Because sometimes when a lot of things happen, it can get a little bit loud, no? I'll do this, 69. The rest is not loud, it's just a bunch of, it's like 10,000 projectile hitting one thing at once. It just makes the game loud. It'll seem fine to you? Okay. Then I'll just like put it a little bit like lower. It was 0.8. I'll do 0.74. It's only sometimes when like 10,000 projectile at once that happens.
Unite.
How much? I got the 16. And then 4. And then this.
Unite.
Morgan.
Unite.
Oh, I'm gonna get hit hard. Ow.
Unite.
That's kinda bad.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
56 amount? Oh no. That's a lot of block. Okay.
Sit down. Yes.
Unite. 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 Unite.
We did it! We did it! Kill! God damn, I'm only seeing white screen. What am I looking at? Yay!
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Oh,
Unite.
it continues. They are breaking again. Should I try to break another card?
Unite.
I'm gonna try to break another card actually. Not a wild card, no, definitely.
Unite. Unite.
Oh, I'm not drawing cards anymore. I forget about breaking cards. Oh, 7. Money! Oh my god, so much money! Oh, 7. Thanks for the 5k. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. I need. It's actually if I have this, don't play that card, right? I want to play Pichon. I don't want to play this. Yeah. We don't need to sacrifice a card. Do I have too much red cards actually? I mean, it is a little bit on the more side. Not really, but also maybe? No, we do. Oh, maybe I should. We remove Cherry Bomb? No, I'm keeping Cherry Bomb. I want to see. I want to see what Cherry Bomb can be paired with. Maybe I can see it in the Grimoire if I were. Yeah, it's fine. Get out of here. Had a bad morning, but a good day. Well, I'm glad at least you had a good day. Sorry about the bad morning. I just feel comfy and cozy, and the night before I was super comfy thanks to Kobo'S stream. Oh. I'm really glad that I can make your nap feel more cozy. I feel like sometimes it might be a little bit too loud, but I hope not.
Unite.
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 2-3. It's already happening.
Sit down. Yes.
Unite. Unite.
Oh, that was my dust. No. I didn't check. That was my dust. I'm supposed to make 100k money.
Unite. Unite.
Can I draw that card again?
Presto.
can I just say though, this thing looks hard as fuck. Look at that. Oh my god, that thing looks hard. I don't mind getting crushed by... Don't worry about it. IBS issues this morning. Oh. Woke up at 3 AM with tummy pain, was still being kept up till 10 when I didn't get up anyways for DRS. So the energy drink and a hot shower. They both had. I was feeling the muscle fiber pain in the morning and the legs. Got lucky that it didn't stay while I had to go out to DRS and shopping. Oh. Well, at least it wasn't too bad, but still, sorry I have to go through that. Oh.
Unite.
Unite.
Unite. Unite.
All the joys of fibro. That's a condition you told me about, like all the nerve pain that goes within the body, right? Yeah, that sounds extremely tough to like deal with. Yeah. There's so much to it. I know, like it's really difficult to just like explain it with words, but.
Spooky. I say.
Unite.
Sit down.
Unite.
Spooky.
Unite.
Ooh. Hopefully the motion under control now, but for me it's just final that I get that sleep or the pain risk is much higher for the day. Oh, like if you don't get enough sleep, it's gonna be like worse. Oh fuck.
Unite.
-1.
Unite.
-2, get more mana back.
Unite.
0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, we have.
Unite. 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 Unite.
Faster.
Man. Like a restful sleep is a trigger, and of course if it's better you get restful sleep, hence the sedative meds that I take at night time. Dang, that's a combo and a half. Oh.
It's time for clobbering.
We got extra crawlers now.
Unite. Unite.
Strength of a warrior.
Spooky. I say.
Unite.
16. Whoa.
Behind me.
Oh, what do you do? A blue card gives more damage? Oh my god. Knife over feet, unstable DNA and all that. That's rough. We don't need... Oh, we get this one. We have turned a 12% crown, so I think that's pretty good already. I'm just like, I know it's not much, but
Unite.
being able to at least help make you feel slightly
Unite.
better,
Unite.
right?
Sit down. Ah,
Unite.
Oh, henchman. Oh, I didn't get that crown. No, I didn't get that crown. No. So I appreciate the combo summer. Provide coffee, says in the feed to rest and recover fast. Oh, I didn't think it worked that way. Then I'm glad to be able to help at least a little bit. This build is going crazy.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
let's go.
Unite.
There.
Unite.
Yes!
Unite. Unite.
Oh my god, they just shattered everything. Maybe I shouldn't have gotten more card. Triggers seem to be not enough rest, overexertion, stress and depression. I can only do a certain amount each day or the playing stuff. Thankfully the meds are mostly killing at things, so I can do more each day. Hi Ravix, is this a sequel to Vampire Survivor? I mean, I wouldn't say sequel, but it's just like another game of the Vampire Survivor Death did. This is the deck building kind of Vampire Survivor. It's really fucking good. Also, welcome Ravix. Alright. We want Kiambo.
Rookie. Sit down.
Unite.
Tree? Yeah, maybe it's time to like get some stat boosts.
Unite. Unite.
I have so much wild cards to the point where I can just use wild card for the sake of getting mana.
Haha!
Unite. Unite.
No two? Okay.
Defend!
Let's go.
I see! Smart.
Smart.
Ah,
Unite.
Oh my god, this is going crazy. Increased mana cost. It's kinda hard to utilize increased mana cost without like breaking the combo system. But it does require a little bit more like mana before I can do that. Let's get this one, yeah. So do Duplicator and the Sprig is gonna get a lot of like stat boost. It's pretty good. It's gonna be extremely good for if a fight goes on for too long, yeah.
Unite.
I say.
This one? -2? I need a -1 card, but I don't have it. I don't have a 0 card as well. Do this one then.
Unite.
I say.
Unite.
Armageddon.
Unite.
Armageddon. Armageddon.
Unite.
Yeah, instead we get some stat boost. Interesting? Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. I've been so obsessed with this game for so long. A little hard. Ooh. I could just like play whatever.
Defend.
I need to play many different cards.
Unite.
I'm just getting money every time I play a card.
Unite.
I don't want to kill them too quickly too.
Unite. Unite.
Okay, wait, one more. These are attack cards now. Oh no. Yeah, these are attack cards. Whoop. Whoop. Oh my god. Oh my god. -1/0.
Unite.
Armageddon.
Armageddon. I love her so much. Oh my god. Armageddon.
Ha-ha.
Unite.
Oh no. Yeah, get out of here.
Unite.
Ooh, 50? That's gonna hurt.
Presto.
It's okay, we can hit once. And then try to like build upon it, I guess. I can heal a lot? Okay, let's skip this one.
Unite.
Trees money.
Unite. Unite.
Oh, that 50 is gonna kill. I didn't realize! Oh my god, I'm stupid! Oh no, I messed up. I messed up so hard. Dang. 11 armor is not gonna save, is it? 50, 30加11, 41. No, I messed up so hard! No! I miscalculated. I need one more card to play this. No. Well.
Behind me.
Yeah. Fine. I wanted to try to fight the thing, but it is what it is.
Unite.
I see.
Unite. Unite.
Let's enter. I used the wrong card. No, I'm getting so much misinput. Not like this.
Unite. Unite.
Presto. Shut down.
They're gonna hit 20.
Unite.
Oh. -3. Do I have a wild card? No. 1, 2. Oh, that's winged. Okay.
Unite. Unite.
Smart.
0, 2, 3.
Unite. Unite.
Too many red cards.
I say.
Yeah, I have too many red cards, I just realized. Oh, we can combine one. Combine into one. Okay, that was not even the boss, that was just the mini boss. And I already used up my revive. Let's sacrifice a red card. I'm gonna sacrifice a magic one. It's funny, every time I say the word magic one, it just makes me feel excited. Wink wonk. Why? I feel like I feel sus every day. This is getting bad. This is getting out of hand.
Unite.
Presto.
Unite.
I say.
Unite.
4, 5.
Unite.
Whoa. That bird looks cool. I love that bird. Oh my god. What the? Okay. I'll magic one if you let me. Hey, a friend that I trust can magic one the boat, no problem.
Unite. Unite. Unite.
Spooky.
We need some yellow cards and purple cards.
Unite.
Oh, I didn't want it to trigger. Oh no.
Unite.
It already did. 44 damage though, oh my god.
Armageddon.
Armageddon. 2 other trees minus. Ow. This is really bad.
Yes.
0, 1, 2, 4. I believe that I lost here. That's also Sun Salute. Sun Salute, that's 39. No! No!
Unite.
GG. I got way too many red cards. Way too many red cards. I should have gotten like a good balance between purple, yellow, and blue and red instead of like all red. I got too many red cards. Fuck. And Kobo'S Soul Blood. Alright, at least we got 50k money. Actually, we don't need to upgrade any of these. Like this one or this one. Skip choices and get XP instead. Okay, I want this one actually. So expensive. Pizza? Nice! The blue card is played.
And my axe.
My axe. Add a wild card to your deck at the start of each floor. Combos don't clear between turns. Yeah, this one seems really strong. Let's try this one. We go blacksmith? Is it finally time? I think it is finally time to add some jewel slots to the cards that I use more. Wow. I'm gonna start. Oh my god, this is gonna be so. Oh my god, I can add so much. Oh no. We're gonna add every card possible. I'm gonna start slow, right? Oh, this is gonna take a long time, but hey, at least we still have a lot of things to do. Let's go world map and try again. We learn our lesson. Don't just get all the red cards, yeah? We need blue cards. We need some armor, right? We need some built-in armor, or like just armor in general. It's pretty cold here today. Lots of rain. Ooh, it haven't rained here. I mean, just now it rained for 10 seconds. I was happy for nothing. It rained for 10 seconds, and then now the sun is shining directly in my face again, which is very early. It's only 3:30. And it's already sun shining almost in my face. That's pretty quick.
What are the chances? Yes!
It's time for clobbering.
To your aid.
Oh yeah, combo doesn't drop.
Focus.
Spooky!
Reducing mana costs. Zero cost X. Zero cost X? Or -1 cost Gati Amari. I think -1 Gati Amari is not bad. I believe. Remember, don't just get the red cards, right? Don't just get red cards. We need some good
Sit down.
we're holding to the crown just in case, right? We're holding to the crown just in case we got a pentagram. A spinach would be nice. We use 1 crown? 45%? No, I'm keeping it until we have like... I'm keeping it until we have wild cards so that we can get like a huge boost of percentage. How much is gonna be? $120%? I think 120% is pretty nice. I want to banish King Bible. Yeah. Cool.
I say.
Bingo. Focus. Excellent.
Stone Mass plus Pity? Yeah.
Let's go.
Almost shattered the card again. Oh, nice. So I think they'll always give a bracer. Asasu, 8 card and 8 draw. That's really good.
Smart. I say. Haha.
Sit down.
And down. Do we have a whip? Yeah, we don't have a whip. Double damage on fire one? I mean, Hellfire is really strong, but I don't think I have a spinach for now. Let's get Golden Eye. Let's get some, like, solid card choices for now. Nice. An early wild card is really good. Oh, we need this. Growth stat. 10% growth every time I use that card.
Focus. Yes.
I don't have a zero cost card here.
Spooky.
Armageddon.
Armageddon. I think Celestial Dusting is also really good. I think we can always want a light too, but no. Celestial Dusting. We're at 3, so this one.
I say. Bingo.
Smart. I say.
More key? More key. Draw 2 cards. 0, 1.
Defend.
I'm gonna skip this one. It just kills. Ah, hi Sarah. Hi Kobo'S friend. Welcome. Yeah, we take this one. So we can have one more. Yeah, we have one more slot to upgrade the Vicious Hunger. That could be really good. Hope Sarah is doing good. Kobo'S friend. No, -1?
Smart.
Smart. I say.
I don't want to get too much Gatiamaru. The heal is kind of... It's not like a immediate heal. Yeah. Already?
Focus.
Spooky.
Oh, they knocked them back. Okay. See the ways you got me.
Haha. Smart.
Smart.
Let's go.
I say. Haha.
Uh-oh. Knock back? I think they're knocked back? They're knocked back. Not dead yet, really. One more time. Do a 0.
I see.
Yes.
I don't want to break my card this early. Especially not my wild card. Fine.
Hand me.
Muddle?
Bingo.
I might have to end turn here for now. But my armor doesn't carry over. It's not gonna attack me, right? Yeah. Muddle already? It's kind of the same still. Okay. We have... Oh yeah, we had 2. Oh, I forgot my combo doesn't break. I should have just ended turn then. This one. Armageddon.
I say.
I think we have a whip, right? But it's gonna... I don't think I get a lot of chance to evolve, so I need to think about that. We get one more whip. I'm already at maximum overkill, what the heck? Get some defensive... defensive... Wait. Have I found... this? I mean, I know I found this. This one is with axe. Oh, we have an axe. I can get this one. We're at 3. Oh, wait, no wild card? Unfortunate.
I see. Ha ha.
Bingo.
Yes.
Excellent.
Spooky.
I say. Smart.
That's a little damage.
Shut down.
Smart.
It's smart.
Defend.
Excellent.
Oh, we're breaking the red card first, I think.
I say. Smart.
I'm gonna break this one.
I see. Armageddon.
Armageddon.
Focus.
Where's the card? Oh, there you are. Break it.
Excellent.
There you go. I think we feel strong enough to fight against this thing. Okay, let's end turn. I don't know why I want to fight this thing, but I'm fighting this thing.
I see.
Defend.
-2. I don't have -1 after. I also don't have a 0 after.
Snuggle attack.
Oh.
Yay. F
Oh.
boxes, snug F boxes, snug F boxes. snug.
Snaggy. Oh my god.
Hand me. Ha ha.
The kitty goes crazy. Oh my god, wild. Oh, I want the wild. No. But I can't. I also want this. Oh. Nah, like the wild is too good. Wild for the -1 Dakiamari, I think it's very strong. Because it essentially resets the combo to -1. Oh wait, no, if it's wild, whichever card that I put, when I play that, it resets. So... wild on the biggest card, maybe? Because it's not gonna cost anything if I were to use that. Yeah, it doesn't cost anything on the wild card. Crimson Kobo'S, share pizza with you. Aww. I wish I can taste the pizza. Honestly, I've been kind of craving for pizza lately. Kind of. Actually, no, I crave pizza a lot.
Smart.
Smart.
Presto.
Smart. Ha-ha.
Haha.
0-1 plus 10.
Focus.
I got lucky with that. Oh yeah, I can evolve into Hellfire. I know this might be a little bit weird to say, well, say it right now, the timing, but it always makes me happy when I see a lot of friends in my chat. Well, person that I really trust as well. And of course, more Kobold and Dragon, right? And Kobolds and Dragons are very bonus.
Bingo.
Bingo. We have Wild, we do
Excellent.
2. Wild. And then this one 1.
I say.
Smart.
Smart. More spinach.
I say.
I got special pepperoni and garlic, veggie and spicy meatless chili. It's something that makes the world go around. We are enjoying needed. Yeah. It's like, since food is essential for human to live, right? Why not make food that tastes good? Right? Increases sanity.
Bingo.
Smart.
Haha.
I say.
Focus.
Blue trigger? I do have a blue. Blue trigger plus damage, it's not that good, I feel like. Can you change the vegetable thin and crispy now to deep dish? It's like eating pizza on the bread roll. Oh.
Yes. I say.
Spooky.
Smart. Excellent.
Oh, we have this one now.
Yes.
We skip for now. We're at 2. No tree.
Focus. Finger.
Ow.
Haha.
Oh, I have so much armor. So being very naughty. Maybe my second energy drink because I'm just that exhausted and wanna still spend time with partner tonight. Oh? I mean, so long as that doesn't happen too much, it should be fine, no? Already? Ancient Tomb would be nice. We're at Wild. Do we find this one? We do. Do I dare break another card? I feel like if I break another card, something different's gonna happen.
Armageddon.
Armageddon. Oh no.
Focus. Excellent. Smart.
Oh, my 0 cards are like used up. They're almost breaking. Never done this late unless I'm extremely tired, as they usually keep me out all night if consumed at 3 PM. Oh wow, that's... Huh. Well, I mean, if you know what you're doing, then it should be totally fine in my book. Yeah.
Bingo.
How much is that? Oh, I'm already at full 1000%. Okay.
I say.
Yeah, I feel if I use this one more time, it's gonna break. Like this one. I mean, 5k, that's good enough. We can just end her. I don't want to break another card. I feel like something different's gonna happen. Nice. It's the reason I'm taking a Sandy my partner time. And that's really valid. Caffeine sensitive? I don't think I'm caffeine sensitive, but caffeine affects me. Yeah.
Haha. Smart.
Not enough mana? Oh.
I say.
Spooky.
Yes.
Sit down.
Haha.
I'm gonna bet for pentagram. Okay.
Focus.
Ooh.
I see.
Death.
Excellent.
used the wrong card. I hate it. God damn it.
Haha. I say.
Oh, yeah, Hellfire is really strong. Sometimes energy drinks just turn into a sleepy thing, especially if there's nothing to keep that energy burst simulated. Oh. I think sometimes when I drink coffee, especially if I were to drink a second cup of coffee in a day, I feel like I feel even more tired. Yeah, I feel tired. I feel like my heart's beating, but I cannot sleep. That kind of tired, which is kind of scary, to be honest. Increased areas that just this is support whip support whip.
Yes. Focus. Smart.
Presto.
Defend.
I say.
Excellent.
Sit down.
Nice. Maybe one more celestial dust then.
Bingo.
Money. Someone like too.
Haha.
Interesting first draw.
Yes. Yes. Bingo.
Presto.
I say.
-1, no 0? We stop on 1?
Focus.
There's so much spinach. But I think 1 Hellfire is good enough. We skip. Mug Greed. Mug. Ooh, wait, Mug on Hellfire? Mug on Hellfire. Gonna get all that money. Nice. Oh, 9 draw on first turn? It's kinda scary.
Smart.
Any wild card? Yes. 1,
Excellent.
2,
Focus.
wild. Any -1? No, okay.
Excellent.
Rookie.
The monk? Wait, did this build is more balanced, I feel like? At least, I think maybe Kobo'S is using a little bit of a brain now. Just a little bit though. Oh no, wildcard. Weird first draw, but okay.
Haha. Bingo.
Okay, there we go.
I see.
I messed up. Okay, we good though. Did we cross? I think cross is not bad actually.
Defend.
And cross might not be bad. I think I like cross. I think I like cross a little bit.
Presto.
Oh dear.
I
Idiot.
say.
Oh, drink? Okay. Also, hi, Boba. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, I forgot to eat my meds. Oops. Let me eat this real quick. I looked at it and I just realized like, oh! Oh! Right, way back.
Smart.
Oh, not enough for the ancient tool? Unfortunate. I think we need more toon card. Okay, we have 2 celestial or 2 wild cards. We're at 2, no 3? Okay, this 0 minus 1. Oh, I don't have a. Oh, I have a 1, but I don't have a 0 card. I guess I can start from 0 to 1. Oh wait. Oh, I'm getting hit, I'm getting hit.
Haha.
We block it this time.
Rookie.
Kobo big brain. But I used up all my wild card now.
Excellent.
Smart.
Smart. Focus.
Oh, okay, we have 1. You know what?
Behind me. Armageddon.
Armageddon. Oh, that knocked back. Nice.
Yes. I say.
Death. Aha.
Excellent.
Death.
Okay. There we go. Nice. Oh no! I need to get 3. Smart. Gonna do
Defend.
Yes.
Ha-ha.
3.
I
Wild.
say. Focus.
Okay, we're at 100%. 1000%. Okay.
Presto. Aha.
Minus 2. I mean, this one is 420%.
Kobo is too powerful. She must be stopped.
No, Kobo cannot be stopped. Hi, Broken Fish Dragon, but welcome.
Focus.
Uh-oh. One more time? Don't use that again. Do I break a golden armor?
Smart.
Smart.
Behind me.
Yes.
Armageddon.
Maybe we break one Celestial Dusting. I mean, I don't mind that actually. I for a wild Celestial Dusting, I think that's way better. Does this break? No, it doesn't. I cannot control. I cannot continue my combo anymore. I could try to break cards, like for the sake of breaking cards. I don't want to break this one. This one is too good.
Haha.
We break this one.
Yes.
Right, here we go. Now we enter. Are you gonna be stronger? No, okay. This is my second card broke, right?
I see.
Smart. I say.
I say.
And that thing funny. Wait, that means I can keep breaking cards. I can keep breaking cards for the sake of reducing card numbers, right? Ooh, wait. And Kobo is cooking? I don't know. If I roll 2 cards, this is fine. This becomes 3, and I'm clear with that. We're getting so much money every time because of the ultra maximum overkill. The overkill mechanic is so amazing. Like it reduces grind time so much.
Bingo.
One,
Smart. Yes. Focus.
-1/0. Nice. Money. Deal. I'm getting all these. I want to see what I can combine that with. Is it here? Oh my god, no wheels? Oh. It's getting debated. have Pichon? Oh, we don't have Pichon. Yeah, we don't have Pichon. So this is 4. I think 4 is not bad. Yeah. I'm gonna be careful with how I draw cards now. Also, 700 turns. You guys are gonna be here forever with me. Oh, interesting draw. Let's start this. And then this.
Armageddon.
Armageddon.
Excellent. I say. Yes. Bingo.
Presto.
Wow. I feel like the might stat is not that important because they cap at 1,000. Maybe it's time to banish, like banish. Oh, I can banish this! No more might gem, but give me some other gems, right? Partner time and lurky. Okay, have a good lurk, Evie. Have good time with partner.
Smart. Excellent.
There is 0. We have Kitty. Yeah, we have Kitty. I guess we can try to evolve one more Kitty. Or we just get more money. Maybe I should get more money. Like, doing that and then build up a huge combo for the sake of, like, getting more money. Couple big brain.
I say.
-2. That's not the best choice here.
Haha.
Wait, let's use all the 140%. Do this. We try to build and not deal any damage. How much wild card? I only have one more wild card.
I say.
Okay, we have two more.
Yes. Behind me.
Haha. I say. Excellent.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. No more wild card. How much? 230%? Sure. 20%. Ooh, wait, I can do more.
Bingo.
Another 250%. I'll take it. I'll take it. And then we do this. And Kobo'S gonna get ready too. Does Clock Lancet has a... Does it have a combo? I'm taking it, I'm not too sure. Ooh. Pentagram, do I have crown? I used the crown! No! I'm taking it. Give me a crown. Give me a crown. Kobo need a crown. I'm gonna banish the gun. I'm gonna banish the gun. I need a crown. I need to know what it is. Oh wait, I don't have a red. It's okay. I mean, I need one more thing that I don't know what it is. I also don't know what this is. Dang. Me. Yellow. Yellow. Disarming causes double damage. Oh, it causes double damage. Okay. We take away one golden armor. It's kind of spicy though. But... wait. Clock Lancet. Oh, you add clover. Oh wait, Clock Lancet doesn't have a combo? But freeze can be important though. We can essentially negate one boss damage. Fine. Alright, what do we have? Q count, leader, countdown. So terrible. Current Q total as damage to a random enemy. 235? I mean, I'm dealing like what, thousands, 10,000 damage currently with my like multiplayer build up. Multiplier build up. I gotta cash out, goddammit. Oh, it doesn't benefit from this? That's unfortunate. Increase mana cost, reduce mana cost, -2. What would benefit from -2? No. Yellow trigger is this. So red card can draw card. I mean, that's not bad. We used up the stone mask. We let the kitty draw card? Yeah. A kitty +1 mana and then draw card? Nice. Oh no. Another interesting first draw.
Defend.
Smart. Yes. Focus.
Smart.
Burn can be... oh, armor. Yeah, we need some armor cards now. Centaur water... Clover? We get Clover. We have Cross, right? So we can evolve. Any one card? I do, okay.
I
Yes.
see.
Currently I'm just trying to like max out the amount of money that I can earn. It's all for the money.
Bingo.
I say. Presto.
Oh, this is 4. This just destroys everything. Erase 8 roll. Remove enemies but may not gain experience. No.
Haha.
-1.
Excellent.
Armor Armageddon.
Armageddon.
Yes. Smart.
2, 3. Duplicator? Yeah. Right. 1. Why not?
Haha.
Defend.
How many? 30? Oh
I
my god.
say.
Truly Hellfire, oh my god. This game goes crazy. It feels really fun. It feels really really fun to just like try to build up really strong.
Yes.
Oh, no tomb. Oh,
Bingo.
-1? No 0.
Looking.
Smart.
Excellent.
Behind me. Yes.
Oh, we blocked that. We're still at times 12. Very, very nice. Last ended at wild. Very, very nice. Oh, I cannot see what card it is. No, what is this? Oh, this is area. This is greed. Mana cost increased by 2. Maybe we need an anti-tomb here.
Focus.
Looking.
Haha. Bingo.
Oh, I have a distinct lack of one card.
Smart.
Alright, mug him. Oh my god. What the fuck was that? If we are lacking of one card, I should probably quick draw a light tomb then. Would be safer. Yeah. What?
Haha.
Wild.
Excellent.
Presto.
I see.
Focus.
Tree Sonic Clock Lancet? No.
Smart.
Smart.
I say.
I say.
Excellent.
Oh, there's tree now.
Yes.
More wild? I'm getting so many cards.
Haha.
Haha! That one's a 0. Oh, 1.
Presto.
Mug. This is how we get money, I guess. We get some armor. I feel like armor would be really good during boss fights, especially. Nice. Chicken. Oh, we have one more fight down there. Oh my god, how do I even miss this? There. I need to find everything because of like the money. I want more money. I sound like Mr. Krabs.
Focus.
You know, one is pentagram. No.
I say.
Two. Three. Oh, hey. We're at 3. Armageddon.
Behind me.
Oh, there's a turn.
Bend.
Oh, I'm gonna try to build this one again. More money. We're at. Oh yeah, we don't have the combo. We clock
I
lancet for
see.
fun. For funsies, we get clock lancet. Wings -1. Stone mass is at 200%. We could do more than that.
Yes. Haha.
This is gonna kill everything. Wait, no. Okay. 2 0. You're at 250. I assume 1k is max. Okay, next one is 1. The rest of the 2 cards are kind of just attacking cards. Yeah.
Bingo.
Oh, there we go. We have a 2 card.
Excellent.
Any more like build up cards? We have Duplicator, Kobo'S. Oh, this is tough. 320%? I think 330% is pretty good, right? It's getting a little bit hard to like build up here. Okay, 1, 2. 1, 2.
Smart.
And then 3. And then wild. 370%. We have 1, 2, 3 more wild. Let's try to play with it.
Excellent.
Oh, fuck! I didn't think that's gonna kill. Curse you, Nuja. Curse you, Nugget. I cannot believe it. My 500% dream. God damn it. God damn it. My money. Okay, -1. I really have no 0 cards, don't I?
Focus. Haha.
You know what's funny? All the fights probably not going to take long, but just because I'm playing it like this, I just want all the money. That's why it's taking like super duper long. It's for the money. Oh, Kichon. We can combine with Ebony Wings. Oh, it's a boss fight.
I say.
Me. Hi, me. Hi, friend. Oh my god. Welcome. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Wow. I'm doing pretty good today. We're at 3. No 4. Okay, we wilden. Ui. Right, no 1, I forgot. Oh, pentagram is 0? Oh my god. Good to hear. Wow. It's normal, right?
Yes. Focus.
260.
Bingo.
Armageddon.
Armageddon.
Smart.
Smart.
Haha.
Oh my god, immediately maxed out. There was 2, there 3. We have.
Haha.
Oh. I guess it's one way to like reset it. Not anymore.
Yes.
Okay, we're 1, 2, 3, 40%. Does this do damage? No, it doesn't. Fair enough. Three, wild.
I see.
I see.
1, 2, 3? Oh, 0, 1, 2, 3.
Focus.
I love this game. Wings. 5-10%. I cannot see how much. I'm using it now.
I say.
Yeah, it is 1k max. Okay, okay. Oh my god. This is normal, right? Oh, something's breaking. Oh, we need more damage.
Yes.
Immediately 1k, easy. 2, no tree. Wild.
Hand me.
Bingo.
Yeah, they're strength 3.
Excellent.
I think that one's gonna max out as well. What lands it?
Smart.
Smart. This is normal, right? Out of it. I don't think I'm going to break a card. Or do I? Why would I want to break if I want to break a card? Blue gun?
I see.
Okay, no. We're not gonna break a card. Let's end turn. I mean, we got maximum money. Boom! Oh my god! Oh my god! 1k! 1k percent, that was so worth it. I'm already almost at 100k money. We evolve the sword or the ring? I guess we evolve the sword first. Love the pixels. Yeah, this game go crazy. Balance, as all things should be, right? Don't know where this game is mega balanced. It's not even the end yet. Holy, I'm getting so much money. I can upgrade everything now. Essentially, any amount of money that I get is going to add 3-0 to it. I would get at least 1,000 money. If they give 1 gold, I get 1,000 money. It's crazy, actually.
Excellent.
Tiny.
Spooky. Death.
We needed one card. Maybe you should do like 0 to 1. Why not? We need one card. Yes. Ebony Wings.
I say. Yes. Haha.
Haha.
Presto.
-1, 0, 0,
Ah,
1,
Smart.
2.
smart.
Smart. 87 mana. There we go. We got infinite again. Gonna go get breakfast. Okay. Have a good breakfast, maid.
Defend.
Yeah, I'm still lacking 1 card.
I say.
I say. 46 armor.
Behind me.
That's actually really fucking good. More combo potential, essentially. I don't use garlic. More armor though. It's so much money.
Bingo.
Spooky.
Defend.
Smart.
Oh wow, wait.
Behind me.
Get him, kitty. Nice. Gonna be listening to my Bluetooth headphones while I make it. Wiggle my butt to the music a bit. Ooh, okay, nice. I'm gonna wiggle that butt to good music always. We need more cards. I feel we can skip this one. We can skip now. 37 cards is pretty good.
Excellent.
I say. Shut out.
1, 2, yeah.
Focus.
Muggin. Can't burn out but give coin? Ooh. What card do I want to burn? I mean, you don't combine with anything. I'll burn you. I'll burn you. It's crazy. Anyway. Let's burn this card. Okay. Increase greed stat. 1k is already max. We can banish this for now. I wanna do the burn. More mug. Mug with Fish's Hunger. Fish's Hunger doesn't do as much damage, to be honest. Not much of a good damaging cards here. I guess we just quick draw another like turn. Yeah, we need one card desperately. We need like a starting draw that can go apeshit, and I think quick draw is the way to do it. Yes, sir. Oh no, zero card. Oh, I didn't think about that. It's okay. We have wild cards to play with.
I say.
Smart.
Smart.
Shut down. Presto.
Yes.
More mud. Gonna get out of here.
I see. Excellent. Bingo.
Spooky.
That's gonna kill everything. Yeah, why not? Oh my god, Ebony Wings. We have Pichon? Do we have Pichon? Pichon, Ebony Wing. Oh, I thought I got one Pichon. Wonder if I was streaming. Did I not get one Pichon not too long ago? Was it the last run? Well, the run lasts for too long, then my brain just doesn't work anymore.
Yes. Presto.
Yes.
I say.
I see.
Mother. We have Pichon for sure this time. Why is there like no one card?
Armageddon.
Armageddon.
Haha.
Shut down.
I'm kidding. How much? 420?
Excellent.
Blazing? Blazing?
Bingo. Focus.
Oh, that one just hits the front row, right? I forgot.
I say.
I say. Yeah, I just have something against that one single enemy right there. That was crazy. Oh my god, free wild card. This is crazy. I'll try not to like
Smart.
drag a fight too long. Well, try to anyway. Because there's so many cards that I need to like choose from, it's getting kind of hard to keep track of.
Smart.
Smart. It doesn't kill any. It doesn't kill everyone yet.
I say.
Excellent. I say.
Haha.
Smart. Bingo.
Okay, this should do. Money. Kobo money. Santa water. What do you pair with again? I don't remember what Santa water paired with, but Labora is really strong. I'm keeping it. I just cannot get a crown, huh? Oh, we can -1 a 2 cost. Yeah, we can -1 a 2 cost so that we can have like more 1 card. Let's get this one. Labora. Labora is... Oh, attract or... Ah, crap. 1 possible... And 2, I think? Yeah, I have Pichon and Ebony Wings. Oh. There is no 0 cards. I mean, 1 card is good. I like 0 card as well.
I see. Behind me. Yes.
Yes. Haha.
Uh-oh. Crown! There we go. Okay, we have a chance to see something new. Wait, luck is not full. Oh my god. Wait, luck can go above 1k. I just realized. Let's go for the chest immediately. I'm pretty sure this chest is gonna give me the choice to combine.
Spooky.
Smart.
Smart.
I say. Presto.
Defend.
Yes.
I say.
Where's my mud card? Oh, two duplicator. There really is like no... One card is so rare. Skip.
Focus. Yes.
Armageddon.
Excellent. Bingo.
Oh no, I cannot find my mud card. Fine. One. Three, 4, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I have everything. So, oh yeah, we're blocking that. Yeah.
Smart.
Smart. Overkill. Ooh, double damage. Yeah, let's get double damage on this. I'm sure that's not enough. These are normal noises, right? There was 0, no 1.
Behind me.
There we go. That's 5k. Okay, good. Boom! Money! This one run is gonna take 4 hours, but my god, am I getting so much money. Evolve. What? I didn't get the evolve? No. We get very cool bird then. That's 5.
Smart. I say.
I say. Sit down.
Excellent. Bingo. Smart.
I'm not getting any money.
Presto.
Oh, we got a mug. Okay, okay.
I say.
Ha-ha!
Haha.
Any upgrade cards?
Defend.
There was so much money. We have pentagram and the thing already, right? Pentagram and the crown, but we didn't get that combination. Skip. Let's not get too many cards. I want to get that exact combination. Cross Centaur water with attract ward, right? 150k? I think that's pretty normal, no? A little bit on the slower side, but hey, it's money. It's money. Two? I'm just finding numbers at this point. Well, collected. Smart.
Focus. Yes.
Spooky.
I say.
Smart.
Smart.
I cannot see anything. Splash damage, bombards enemy and return. This is Peach. Oh, this is Ebony Wings. This is Peachon. Okay, okay. This is Area Gem. Armor Gem. Skip. I think I called it right. I hope. Money! Oh, one card. I need it. Okay, we're at 3. No 4.
I say.
-4? Oh, countdown, right. We do... Oh, it's adventurous. I don't have -1. Oh, I thought it was 0. Reduce a 2 to 1? 2 to 1, this one. Okay. We're gonna need a lot of 1 card.
Focus.
That's a 0. So wait.
I say.
Oh, that's loud. What the hell? Why is that so loud? Repeat the cards this turn are free. Wild card each floor. Too late, no? Unless I can get the previous few floor. Trigger leads at the start of turn. Oh, wait, it's good. I'm taking it. That good, that good. And Kobo thing, that good. We fight the Hawk Dragon thing. Yeah, look at the number of cards I'm getting. Oh no.
Bingo.
I see. Defend.
Oh, we got the bird.
I say.
Haha.
Yes.
Excellent. Focus.
Are we blocking? We're 85? Okay. Junk? Okay. Junk is not that bad at all. It's fine.
Yes.
No 2 cards?
Smart.
Oh, did I remove too many 2 cards? I feel like that might have been that might have happened. I knocked back Big Bird. Disperse all active birds, dealing increased damage. Oh! We do -5. Oh, I removed too many 2 cards.
I
Not
see.
really. Ow. No. Overkill. No. Wait, double damage on bracelet? No, bracelet's not for damaging. I mean, it deals a lot of damage, but... Do we get more luck? Well, what would that benefit me if I get more than 10k luck? Only one way to find out, I guess. Alright, let's wild it up.
Haha. I say.
Armageddon.
Armageddon.
Smart.
Yeah, that's a lot of whip noises. Wow.
Focus.
Growth 600%. Growth is already maxed out.
Smart.
That's a lot of water. I can use this one, that's fine. Let's do the bird. Get him, bird. That's a long time, holy shit. Alright, we good. Money! Oh my god, I feel like I can unlock everything now. Yes, there we go. The new what? One? Interesting. There you go. Gorgeous moon. What does that do? Are we the last? We're not the last stage yet. Oh my god! This is taking 11 hours. Well, not 11 hours, but exaggeration. Nice, more wild card. Nice, more money.
Yes.
Spooky.
Excellent.
Behind me.
I say.
Yes.
Let's go.
That one doesn't do as much damage as I hoped for.
Ah, Armageddon.
Haha.
I guess I can 2 times damage on some of the things like bracelet. Or the gun. Lightning ring. I have a duplicator, and that's a yeah, I need this slot. So is Centaur water, but I don't have a tractor. We double damage Centaur water.
I see.
Excellent. Bingo.
Erase times. Erase? Remove enemies and gain bonus experience? Moonrise? A gorgeous moon grows stronger but the mana cost increases. I mean, I have a wild card.
I say.
But maybe gorgeous moon is not that good, I feel like. Eh.
Focus. Yes. Smart.
0.
Smart.
Being called smart all the time, I don't believe it. Is Kobo smart? Kobo is not smart. Kobo dumb as heck. Kobo dum dum. That's -1. No 0. Eh.
Excellent. I say.
Where's my mug? There it is. Money! Money! Ooh, we can mug on that thing. No, I feel like these things are not strong enough to actually mug. Oh, I cannot skip anymore. I have to mug something. Alright. No, I have to I have to combine it. I'm stupid. Hi, Jameson. Hi, Dragon. Had to be smart enough to sell this monster with a super combo. I mean, I think it's just these 3 characters are broken, or these 2 actually. And this one just deals more damage, so it's easy to build like 1k% damage.
Behind me.
Right. 0,
Smart.
2,
Focus.
1.
Bingo.
Any 0.
Yes.
Spooky.
I have to take. I already did 2 times damage on Centaur water. Nuja? Nuja on Ancient Tomb? I don't want to get too many cards here.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Haha.
Aha.
Smart.
Oh, I think we got two of them in a row.
Armageddon.
Armageddon.
Bingo.
I think it's time to mine. No, it's not enough. It doesn't kill everything. Okay, let's build a little bit longer.
Presto. Spooky.
Spook.
I say. Yes.
1, 2, 2. I think we just like wild this and then just mug him. Yeah. Oh, I killed too much. Whoop. Oh, I cannot. It skips the discard pile. Oh, does it like go back to my draw pile when I use it? Oh, wait. Yeah. 2k luck? For what reason? I don't know. -1, 0. Ooh, this is really good.
I say. Haha.
Oh, that kills.
Bingo.
Yeah, I could mug some.
Smart. Focus.
Money. This one kind of mugs too. Right, which one do we destroy? We destroy. I think it's time to destroy some cards. We have 2 Light Tomb that's guaranteed to draw at the first. Yep, I think that's a okay choice, honestly. Mug him. Kobo'S getting so much money. Destroy a card. What do I want to destroy? 0, 1, 2 armor. Armor is good. I feel like we don't need, because of the armor, I don't think we need the clock lancet anymore. But I'm keeping it just in case. I want to remove this one so bad. Like, Gorgeous Moon is just eh. I don't really like it. I don't really vibe with it. Yeah. I don't know why. It looks super duper strong. But for whatever reason, my brain just doesn't like that.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Spooky.
-1. Oh yeah, we have no other -1, so we do 0.
Yes.
Set out.
Smart.
Smart.
Haha. I say.
3. No.
Defend.
Bingo.
Smart.
Bingo. Smart. Haha. Focus.
I say.
Oh, the one will never not be funny. Increased mana cost. Actually, we need some 0 cards now, so I can consider. You know what? Wild cards are consider 0 cards as well, or like whatever, you know.
Yes.
Not necessary to use them for like big combos, but start a combo works too.
Excellent.
Oh, we have a mug, nice.
Behind me. Ha ha.
I say.
I say.
1, 2.
Haha.
I see. Armageddon.
Excellent.
Armageddon. -1.
Smart.
Uh-oh, that might have killed a little bit too much.
Bingo.
Getting this.
I say. Focus. Yes.
Presto.
Smart. Armageddon.
Too many cards.
Looking.
Bingo. Yes.
This should be able to kill everything, right? Not even close. What? Okay, I'm gonna do some... Oh, never mind. We banished this one. Because it's already 1k, it's already maxed out. I don't know. Eh, fuck it.
Defend. Yes.
1?
Ha ha.
Smart. I say.
I see.
Focus. Haha.
Ooh, not even 1 kill.
Yes.
Behind me.
Focus.
2...
Excellent.
No 4. Okay, wild. Mug. Mug. I'm gonna mug everything. You know what? Bracelet mug? Why not? There we go. Mug it. Give me the money. Yeah, that's right. On that one singular enemy. Why not? Normal Kobo behavior. Aerial luck refund. Why not get more luck? I mean, luck is not limited, it looks like. This has to be the last stage, I feel like.
I see.
Haha. I say. Smart. Excellent. Yes. I say. Haha.
Defend.
Focus.
Smart.
I'm just gonna try to build up as much damage as possible really quickly. Oh, that kills. Easy combo? Wait, easy combo? I mean, wait, easy combo is the same as... Essentially, it's a card that saves me from losing combo. I don't know what this card is. My brain just thinks of... Oh no, my brain just goes to Celeste. The card might benefit, but your combo might still... Oh wait, you're right, the combo will break actually, I remember. It's shit. It's shit. Let's get this thing. Ooh, loot.
I say.
Smart. I say.
Sit down.
Wait.
Ha-ha!
Excellent.
Excellent.
Finger. Focus.
Smart. Presto. Yes.
Smart.
When did I get money just now? I'm struggling to like choose cards now.
Armageddon.
Armageddon.
Behind me.
Muzzle. Oh, this is a kill?
Haha.
Defend.
Excellent.
Dang, this is a kill thing. That was very loud. Duration stat? Have you seen how long they are here? They're with me forever. Oh, three. Oh my god. Kobo 3. What time's now actually? 5? Yeah, I think finishing this run I might have to end the stream because I have a pickleball session later. Oh, there's something I can take. Nice.
Armageddon.
Armageddon.
I say.
Everything is odd number.
Finger.
Behind me. Smart.
Haha.
Oh, here comes the bush. 3, 4. Why is all my card odd number?
Yes. Smart.
There we go.
I
Using this
say.
one.
Rookie.
Haha.
Presto.
Yes.
1,
Finger.
2,
Excellent.
Maximum, very nice.
Yes.
I'm just building up right now.
I say.
Ah. Armageddon.
Oh my god, they're gonna stay frozen if I just don't touch them?
Focus.
That's huge.
Smart.
Yeah, we can touch them now. What do you mean it died from one card? Let's go. Alright, let's get 5,000 money. We take our sweet time.
Haha.
Right.
Bingo.
One.
I say.
Bracelet. We got him.
Excellent. Yes.
Oh, this is so broken. I love it. I'm gonna attack a little bit longer.
Focus.
This is so funny.
Defend.
Bingo. Excellent. Focus.
Alright, one last card. No, two last cards. Is it? We're gonna use all the wild card possible.
Smart. I say.
Okay, big bird. And then heck. Big bird from Sesame Street anymore. Hell yeah, money! That was almost 300,000 money. Oh, what the fuck? Oh no, new combination. Actually, I'm gonna cash out. Yeah, it doesn't benefit from that. Oh, it's the last one. I don't think I can fight against this thing. I require too many card build. Oh, the music is so high though. What? I gotta get 666 like in such a short time. I need a lot of revive for this. Oh.
Smart.
Yeah. Oh, I can freeze him! I'm stupid. He's okay. There are plenty of chances to try to fight that thing. How long was that actually? Any like time? 2.5 fucking hours. Oh my god. Yay! Never deal with Lama Ladonna, Evil Pentagram, Capella Ultima, Complete Capella Magna. I assume that's like a second stage. Can we buy everything now? We can buy the Italian finger. I cannot unsee it. This is the Italian finger. The Italian finger gesture. And then reroll. Nice. We bought everything. Oh, one more. Oop. Yeah, we bought everything. Now we go blacksmith. Here we go. This is the good stuff. This is the fun stuff. Oh my god, tree. Oh, I assume there's tree on every single item. Okay, I'm just gonna hammer everything here. It's gonna take a while, but hey, it took me almost 3 hours to earn almost 300,000 money. Some of the cards only have 2? Oh yeah, I should probably focus on Pichon and Ebony Wings. Like, I know the combination of cards will like give them more slots to work with. Oi. I should get armor. Blue cards also have gem slots? Crazy. But now it does. Oh my god, the money! I only have it for 2 seconds! No, I only have the money for 2 seconds! Babe, boo! Boo! Oh, yeah, some of the cards can only have 1 or 2. I guess it would be it will be too broken if they have like too many slots, I think. That's weird though. It took me 3 hours to earn almost 300,000 money though. I want... Okay, more slots for the tune. Night Tomb can only have 1? Fair enough, I guess. I usually take this one for the sake of combining it with Web. Evening, mistress. Welcome. I just finished a crazy run. It definitely broke the bitrate, but hey, it is Vampire Crawlers. Hope you're doing good. Wait, I can give... What do you mean I can give these gem slots? Do we need bracelet? Do we need bracelets still? No? I mean, with the addition of 3 different crawlers, I don't think it's needed. I'm keeping the rest of my money. What is this? Huh? What am I looking at? Oh! Nah. What is this? I can steal or decreases rarity? What? Evolve the current to a more powerful weapon. Yeah, I should decrease the rarity of this one. Oh, everything is on ultra rare? Very rare? Yeah, these are the basic one, right? The basic. Oh my god, okay. Holy shit, this game goes crazy, I think. Wow. I am useless. And Kobo'S neck, oh my god. Oh, I mean, I would love to play more, but I have pickleball session tonight. Oh. Is it a bridge level though? Also, this card is just broken. Oh, I think Misters is gonna like this game. This is a roguelike deck building game. Something like Slay the Spire, but it's Vampire Survivor universe. I don't think I can play more. Oh. You love roguelikes? Heck yeah! Roguelikes are great. Let me check my Chrome. I bought everyone, right? Yeah, I mean, like we know, or I know that these three is like taken and broken. A gain coin.
A trick is something a sorceress does for coin.
Are you a robot? You a robot? Dog. 10 area win. 10 area. I think I need at least like someone that can draw a card. Reduce mana cost for next card played by 1 when Christine is played. Huh? 1 enemy for attacking when a purple card is played. Ooh. 10 revival when Kurochi is played. 5 revival when the wild card is played. How do you count revival? Do I revive 10 times when you play? Oh wait, no. It could be, yeah. So I assume is 10% per time Kurochi is played. 5 revival, so it's 5%. 100% is 1 revive. So turn that means 2 revive, something like that. Email the not a lot of people like just draw cards. Draw 1 card when the blue card is played. And Paul is garlic. Yeah. Garlic is fine. 10 area when 5 area when a red card is played. I need someone who can draw a card. At least 1. 1 duration when a yellow card is played. Increase hand by 1 when Popea is played. I think I love roguelikes as well. Something about like roguelike is just every single play has like a different result. I'm going back with my
I am of
usual.
a higher caliber.
Maybe bring Kurochi? Pack a freeze. Yeah, no wonder that costs 3, right? The clock lancet. I should have used the freeze. I can play like a short run. Like I can quit and halfway there. It's 5:32. 不行啊. 7点. It's 7 p.m. Then I'm gonna go to the pickleball session. You know what? Just gonna quickly. This one.
There's only one way. Which way?
Shut the fuck up. I like you.
I am not worried about intimidating men.
I don't know what she said, but I love you. Anyway, Workman. We play a short. We play short run. Is it possible they have short run? I don't know. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, it's just filled with enemy. 3.
Look at you.
Not bad. Lucky.
My turn now.
Oh yeah, combo preserves. I forgot. But I don't think we need them.
I say.
I say.
To your aid.
this game teaches Kobo how to count. Wow, Kobo knows how to count. Crazy. Mug. Early mug? No, I don't think I want early mug. Either. Duplicator candle. Duplicator is good. Duplicator. Oh, wait. Frizz? I think I like Frizz. This could go for... I could try to go for the hecckin Devil. Devil. I go for Spellbinder. I should have upgraded the Spellbinder. Am I stupid? It's okay. It's fine. I am. Ooh. This actually should look fun. It is! Oh my god. This game is so heckin' good. I have been binge playing this game for the past few days. All thanks to Toon that bought me the game. Bought me the game. It's like, oh no. This one is dev side. If I can, I kind of want a blood tier, but blood tier, this combines with Hollow Heart. Magic one. I like to get one that I'll get magic one. Anyway, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I pressed open. Spooky. Okay. Thank you very much. No mana to work with. I really love the combo system. Reduce mana cost. Ooh, anti-2? Okay, who wants to become -2? No, if I become -2, I cannot combo. Let's get MP2. Oh. If I play the same card too much, it's already shattering. We get Kitty. Get him, Kitty. Yeah, good job, Kitty. Chica. Not bad. Oh, okay, we good. I forgot how scary early game is. It's gonna break. Oh no. Crown? Bomb? Oh, bomb. No, crown pairs with... Crown pairs with pentagram. Yeah, and then that combination is not that good. Cherry bomb doesn't have a combination. I have an axe. Get candle. Fuck. Alright. Oh.
Focus.
It's already breaking. Attract or Spellbinder. Nuja just kind of... We don't need to grab more cards because these two will just keep triggering and get Spellbinder. This is making me want to play Slay the Spire as well. This game is giving me the itch. I'm getting gunned. Hollow Heart. You have a whip, right? Oh, I did not take the whip. Get armor. Right, I took the magic one because I'm too I'm too hot.
Bingo.
I don't know why I feel so quote-unquote excited lately.
Shut up.
Okay.
Bingo.
Behind me.
I say.
Man, without wildcard it's kinda sad. Gonna need the couple. Wow, Kobo'S getting lit on my neck.
I say.
By Big Dragon. Lightning Ring with... Oh, with duplicator. I have it. I need wild card. The music is so hype too.
Focus.
Yeah. Smart. Smart. Like, this game is good too. You keep getting praised. And for someone with praise, I mean, okay, it doesn't do that, but still.
Excellent.
The game make me feel good, okay?
Spooky. Presto.
The game made me feel like Kobo'S is doing something right.
Yes.
Armageddon.
Armageddon. It's my favorite line.
Yes.
I say.
Oh,
Shut up.
oh.
Excellent.
Go, Kiwi, go! Yeah. I'll get one more empty turn. It feels like early game because there's no like wild cards. You're gonna need a lot of tomb to get the mana going. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. I have 3, but I don't have enough mana to play until 4. This one I need to sacrifice 1 2 as well. We'll get this one. Do I get this one? No. I have... yeah, wait, I have extra, I'm good. Mug. I'm gonna reroll this. Double damage. My double damage. Triple trigger. Triple trigger essentially just means I'm gonna get more. Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot. I just upgraded it.
Focus. Smart.
Yeah. That's not bad. Go, Kitty.
Smart.
Smart. Smart.
I say. Bingo.
Uh-oh.
Focus.
No mana. Where's my MTP? There it is. I'm gonna forcefully squeeze that mana out. Oh, nice. First wild card. A game keeps giving me mug. What do you mean? Okay, I'm getting growth. I need that extra EXP. And give me that sweet growth.
I say.
I say.
Presto.
Smart.
Smart.
Excellent.
You see what I mean? Game keeps praising. Oh my god. Smart. -1, 0. -1, 0.
Spooky.
Spooky. Gun. Gun. Ooh, give me that money. I'll put greed on. And I'll put an armor heck. It's fine. ×9. That was not enough.
I say.
Shut down.
We don't need bracer. We have an X. We don't need more. Actually, let's banish this. Yeah, we don't need bracer. And bracer combines with knife, which is not that good. 1000 edge is not bad, but it's good, but it's in general. I think. Smart.
Excellent.
Empty tomb. One -1. -1 to 0. To 1. That's gonna hurt. Gun.
Focus. Finger.
Oh, that's fine. You do 36 damage, that's a lot. I'm currently at 2. There's no 3 card. Oh. I mean, this could be big. I mean, it's big, but I need armor. 13. I can take some damage, it's fine.
Presto.
No tree? Okay.
I say.
-1. Okay, don't touch it.
Defend.
It's so hard to not touch it now. Okay, I'm touching it. Oh, I'm dying.
I say.
How tough is this thing? Okay, you're getting... Oh, I knocked you back. Thank you, X.
Yes.
Spooky.
Oh, it's breaking. Too many turns.
I see.
Excellent.
One of them. 4 health? I might lose this one. Oh my god. Well, it is truly a short run.
Presto. I say.
Now, how much health do you have? Knockback. No knockback. GG. How much do you give? 10 armor? No. Go, kitty, go. Oh yeah, I have revive. I forgot. Aha. Psych, I never die. Oh, times 6 though.
Focus. Finger. Smart.
Okay, you know what? We're gonna
Excellent.
keep building.
Spooky.
Because when it's frozen, if I don't touch it, they just stay. Wait, minus one.
Bingo. Focus.
Any two? No two?
I say.
Okay, I guess now we can attack. And this hecckin thing is still tough.
Presto.
Minus one.
Yes. Smart. Haha.
Haha. Oh, this might kill. Get destroyed. Increasing mana cost. No. Yes? Yeah, yes? No. I feel like there could be some other better ones. I get the Banish Garlic. Alright, trying to get some money.
Bingo.
Smart.
Haha.
Gun. Oh my god, it's gonna shatter. Oh, I'm not doing a lot of damage here. If I use this one more time, it's gonna shatter. This one I can use one more time, I think. Yeah. What? It's not a lot of money. I can use other cards. I can just like break the combo and shit.
Smart.
Mark.
Spooky.
Oh my god, everything's breaking.
Focus.
Aha. Sit down.
One.
Behind me.
Yes.
Yikes.
Presto.
Some cards still don't break. So let's get some extra money and not break any cards for now. Yeah, I don't think I use any of them. Nope, I don't want to risk breaking them. Big money. Break that hecckin bit rate. Yeah, I think we can get this one now. Lightning ring. Nice. And then we can upgrade that twice. We can mug them. Can I end the run and then come back later? Because it's 6 PM. Oh no. Exit the village. Exit to main menu. I don't think I can continue. You know what? It's only the first floor. It's fine. I'm gonna go. I need to go prepare for the pickleball later. It's 7 PM. It's already 6. It's already 6. I cannot. No. It hurts. I don't want to leave. Look. Look. Oh my god. It's 6 PM. I need to prepare. Kobo need to prepare. Okay, let me open up some music. I think we said we were right now we leave off. Ooh, well, it was 8. Then 8 is on Thursday. Thursday it will be 8. Also, hi Paramos, hi Zeus. This is the Vampire Games power. You click play and suddenly it's tomorrow. Right? God damn it. I remember doing that with... Oh, I I need to chill now. That with the Vampire Survivor. That was a reverse vampire game. The way you click and redo a thing. Ah. Breathe. That was intense. Now we listen to chill stuff. Whereas I'm not chill at all. Am I chill? No, I'm not chill. What, can a Kobo be chill though? I don't get it. Nope. What the who this? No mutual friends. No mutual friends. One mutual server is my server. Members since 2026 April 24th. I smell a scam. I smell a scam in my Discord server. I don't trust that, so I'm not gonna give him. I'm not gonna give him a role. You smell cute. Wait. Can I scam you? Yeah, sure. Hey, it's Zeus. Zeus can scam. It's fine. Who raid who? Raid Toon? Did I raid Toon before? It's been a while, right? We can raid to another couple. We could raid to Toon. I raided to Johnny before, I think. I got two. What do you mean Toon has been streaming for 9 hours? What the heck? What the heck? No. No, this music is too chill. I don't wanna. No, I don't feel chill. That game was too intense. I need something in between this one. Yeah, we good. See, this is a very good in between, right? It's the first time Cobalt said this is too chill. I couldn't believe it. Gosh, I kind of want to raid Johnny as oh no. I mean, I want to raid a shiny dragon. Like dragon good. A shiny dragon is double good. Like what's double good? It's like good. I don't even know why I'm talking anymore. Oh my god. Anyways, I guess we rate Johnny. Johnny just started not to 1 hour ago. Let me start on my stream. You can rate me. Yeah, I can rate me, definitely. You starting now? I could. Oh, I guess I'm. Is even woken up? That's fair. I was counting the time. Think so? Wait. You sweet? Wait. No. Oh, I don't think I am anyway. Not when I'm playing Tekken. But honestly though, yesterday's Tekken session was so good. I loved it. Is someone calling me? Oh no, okay. I got scared a little bit. I thought someone was calling me. Alright, we're raiding Johnny. We're raiding to a shiny dragon. Oh my god. I also need to like rush out and get ready for the hecckin pickable later. Welcome back, Mama Dragon. In time to see Anno stream? Heck yeah. Stream was fun. Stream was extremely fun. Kobo get to turn off brain and just like play cards and win. And that almost 3 hour session got Kobo like 300k money. It was gone in an instant though. But it's all good. I think I want to do more art on Wednesday night my time. I'm not too sure what time it is. It's gonna be for chat, right? Because I'm pretty sure time zone's weird, but it's going to be GMT +8. I would say about 9 p.m. that I will start doing art that day. Yeah, I need to do more art. I need to continue doing art more because there's a backlog and I do want to do more art lately. So, yeah. I'm just gonna plug. Do I want to plug? I plug. I'm plugging. I have coffee. Coffee good. Coffee nice. Coffee help pay the bills and shit. Like, I'll let Bernie talk about it too. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow, thank you, Bernie. And I also have a Discord channel. I announce my stream stuff over there. And there's also Dragon Simping Corner because Dragon good. And I love Dragon. And there's also Advanced Dragon Simping Corner. For the Advanced Dragon Simper, like... Me? Okay, I don't know actually. Anyways, Discord bad, but I have I announced my stream stuff over there. I've been thinking about maybe announcing my stream stuff on Blue Sky as well. Not every time when I stream though, but sometimes when I stream something that I feel like it could be a little bit more interesting than just like me turning my brain off and do something. Yeah, I will say it on Blue Sky. Maybe it would reach a few people. I don't know, right? Even though my Blue Sky is extremely spicy, but I think, hey, my stream is 18 plus. Okay, it should be fine. It should be fine. Professional streams, I know, right? Professional. Okay, that's the plug. I'm gonna go get ready for the pickleball later. So, read the message. Bye. And then I'm gonna type in the rate as well. Just in time because Johnny is doing a be right back ad break. Night night Mama Dragon. Okay, before the raid, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. I really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid. Here comes the raid to Johnny. Hey, yeah. Oh my god, that's an ad break. No, I need to snooze it. It's in mod view, right? I actually don't know how to use the mod view. I'm stupid. It's okay, when the ad plays, I'll press right now. I got 3 of that today. I just keep getting nothing. That fishing game is mean today. Always nice to see you. It's always nice to see all of you as well. Heck yeah. Thanks for staying with me throughout this many time, long time. Thank you. Wait. I might just wait for the rate now button. No, I'll wait for the timer to go down actually. No stream tomorrow. No stream on Tuesday not stream on Tuesday. I'm most likely going to stream on Wednesday. It's not guaranteed, but if I want to stream, it's definitely art stream. So yeah, I need to do more art. I need to finish up the model. At some point I kind of want to update my model as well. So yeah, see you guys on Wednesday maybe. Take care. Bye bye.